running. Okay. All right. I'm not sure if the music is too loud, but I'm going to turn it down just in case. Kind of loud in my ears. So. Oh no, it should be pretty low. I'm going to try something else. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look. Right now we think we are on day 3. And I'm going to have to go over a little bit of code. I didn't get much time to really get into what I wanted to do on this project, but so I'm going to go over the little things that I did do. I cleaned up some stuff, basically. Nothing crazy. So today we're going to be designing some obstacles, it looks like. Implement obstacle spawning. We're going to also do some power-ups and power spawning. So I think obstacle spawning and power spawning could probably be the same thing. So we're going to need probably 3 scripts, I think, or 2. We're going to need one for handling spawning, and another one for handling the movement of the objects towards the player, or behind the player. So this is 2 different scripts. Total of 3 scripts, I'm going to say. Hopefully this doesn't take long. It's going to just... I think I'm not going to use rigid body for these. I'm going to just have a transform and just have it move with a trigger on it. It'll cause an effect, basically. That's what I'm thinking to do. And what does day 4 have? Because we might actually be able to get into some of this. Basically UI, some game feel stuff, audio feedback. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Well, first, let's look at some of the small changes that I made. So for anyone who's keeping up on what the code looks like, basically, this is just what those changes are. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, so first is I did find it just took like a day to rest, but I did come back to it and find out exactly what the problem was with my spawning for the buildings. So you'll see here, let's run it. Okay, good. You'll see here the buildings are spawning pretty much fine. Let's take a look at the scene. So you'll see that they're spawning in pretty quick, handling each other really well. And it's never going to give me an issue ever again. It was a timing issue mostly. Yeah, it was a timing issue mostly. Okay. And that's it. So a couple of the things that we did take care of. I'm going to show the simple ones, simple stuff first. So we created this new script. This is just a useful utility script. If you use this script, you can slap it on whatever you want. And you'll just simply get all of the children and delete any colliders that are on those children. So I just did that during editor for the buildings, and the result is basically the FPS just went up. Look at the stats again. So there. So you're looking at about 100. It'll vary, but you're looking at over 100 FPS. Pretty cool. Hello, Elevations. How are you doing, sir? Or ma'am? All right. There are other things that I'm going to be doing later on. to get some more FPS out, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, getting rid of the colliders helped, especially the mesh colliders. So that script will do that for you. Oh, so I'm still working on that game. I'm just taking a small break from it so the ideas can uh so like I'm doing research into new approaches for certain things. For example, I want to implement a attack sequence. Uh, so that means I need to redo some of the logic for the abilities. So instead, like, you know, when you play certain games where you do special abilities, the camera will come around, look at the weapon or whatever it is. You get that moment of pause, and then all kinds of stuff happen. So I needed to take a look and find out, like, how is this normally approached versus what I had in mind. So little things like that I'm taking care of. But at the same time, I figured why not just uh, give my brain a break from that, because it's very easy to get stuck in the mud, you know? And just do something simple. So this is that something simple. Anyway, this will remove all of the colliders on any object. Pretty simple stuff. We implemented building this. So this script is actually been informed here. This is a nice little trick for scriptable objects. If you ever decide that you need to do it. Basically, if you do an onValidate, you can make changes to your scriptable object. Now, it's important. If you're going to change like a prefab definitions from build time, you just have to set it to dirty. But then on enable, you just got to remember to make sure to save, to call the asset database to save your assets. So basically, this will always save the asset if dirty whenever we load the game, which is pretty cool. This will just always ensure that these building IDs are always unique. That's really what it is doing. And the building change, the change to the code for the buildings proper. I mean, elevations. If you want me to work on that other game, you just let me know. Part of the reason I switched over to this was to give myself a little mental break. The other part was I wasn't sure if it was something that people wanted to see for the most part. Oh, welcome to the game dev journey, Panaman. Welcome to the journey. It's just be patient with yourself. That's what I did. Thank you. Thank you, Elevations. That brings me peace of mind. I mean that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to like bounce between them in different months. So like I want to keep it like 1 month I'm going to be on that project. Then if I see that if there's like a ton of like people interested in that, then I'm going to stick to it, obviously. But I can also then like spend another month and then, or 2 weeks, whatever it takes, and then jump to another project for that month. Or up to that month, and then jump back to the other project you saw me working on. I call that one my main project right now. I would love to get that done. I was having so much fun building it out, especially once I got air combos working, and I was like, game feel just feels good with all of the shaking and whatnot. I was really happy with that. Okay, so these are the changes that I made to this script since the last time I streamed. I implemented getSide, which is using the left count and right count, right? So this is no longer just looking at like some cached side. It's calculating based on whatever the current quantity is. If left is greater than the right, it's gonna do that thing. We only call this in one place, over here. All right, and so you'll see that we actually got rid of the add building script and just put it in here, basically, and locked it behind this. because for whatever reason, this works better than how we had it before. I think it was a racing issue between the different methods. So now everything stays consistent here. That's why I like. We just update the right count and the left count based on that. All right, so this is the primary change that's happened. And of course, we call this in two places. When we do the initialize, and we want to get the total amount of active buildings. And then once we get the initialize done, the total amount will never go past what the array should have, right? Because we only ever call it again once we minimize the array. So if we've done this part and we do remove buildings, I don't think remove, let's just double check remove building. Yeah, there is no return null, so remove building is going to decrease the value no matter what. And so once the value is decreased, then we do push building. And that's how it is, right? So we should never go outside of the range of the array with this. Ah, hello, Nicked. I think it's good to learn as much as you can as well, because then you can also go back to it later, realize all the mistakes you made, and refactor it and make it better. That's part of it also, you know, when you come back with fresh eyes, elevations, it's... So I'm gonna go back to it, and it's gonna definitely be with fresh eyes. You said, oh, I missed stuff. Yeah, I don't want to end up focusing on just one thing. That's a big part of it. I think it's good to learn as much as you can. Yeah, and your voice is deeper. Yeah, okay. I guess I could try to soften my voice. It's been my voice for a very long time. I'm not sure if I can do that for you, but I'll try, Nick, if that helps. Have been lurking the whole time. Yeah, I saw you. I think you were the first to join Nepal. Thank you very much for I know I don't do the whole self-promo stuff that often, so I'm surprised you're able to. Oh, you subscribed, that's why. Okay. Never mind. Unity is a nice engine. It's a shame what John Riccatolo's done to it. Riccatolo, I mean, it's just one person, right? And maybe it came from just him, I don't know. But what matters is you and what you do. So as a game dev, you just, you know, like you know, as a game dev, it's just good to broaden your skill set. So it gave me an opportunity to not just be beholden to Godot, or sorry, to Unity. I switched over to Godot, and now I know GDScript and I know how the Godot engine works. And I could use that to make this exact project over there as well. Like, it would take me this... Actually, I did the test, and Godot takes me a little bit longer to produce a project in. About, I would say probably about 30 to 40% longer to produce a project in. That's the reason why I'm using Unity again. Majority. It could have been Riccatolo there. That was my thing. It's a cautionary tale. True that. Nick, no, it's not that I don't like it. I just watched too much of Roman, I guess. Yeah, Roman is cool. He's got a different voice though. Completely different voice from me. Nepal tale. When a company goes public, anything true. Yeah, because it's just like I was about to say, it's like, you know, he's one guy. I really doubt that he's the primary, you can say the primary cause of the idea. Somebody came up with the idea, he just greenlit it, basically. That's what I'm at with it. So it's more of a culture thing than a person thing. That came to that decision that they came down with. All right, so yeah, I think the game is working pretty much how I need it to run right now. Like, it's running perfectly fine in every direction. So we're just going to implement obstacles now to spawn at the end and power-ups to spawn. We're going to handle obstacles first. Because with that, we need to implement probably some way. Oh boy, this is going to be... So what happens when you hit an obstacle in these games? I think you just flash for a bit, and then you become invincible, right? And then you come back. I think that's the way it is, if I remember correctly. Like, if there was like a brick or something, or like a barricade that came down, hit, the car would shake, it'll flash for a bit, and then it would be back to do its thing, I think. That's how it works. So you get like a moment of invincibility. We have it tomorrow, or maybe later today, we'll be implementing the UI. But for now, we just need the car to take a hit, flash a bit, and then move. And then for the power-ups, we're just going to have... I mean, we don't really need to do anything with the power-ups. The logic there is going to be a little bit simple. I'd like to do that. I think I'm not going to put in the logic for the power-up yet until after I do the UI, so it gives my brain just a better picture of what the power-ups could be doing. Okay, let's get to work. They said something that made a bunch of users mad. I think it wasn't so much what they said, it was that they changed the contract. Nepal said that they changed the contract. The end user agreement, and basically had such a cavalier approach to it. They're like, well, if you disagree with us, you know, go kick rocks or something like that. I think that's what set people off, and they're like, wait a second, if you guys can just change the end user license agreement just willy-nilly, and we have to now put and it changes the monetization structure, and that's the end of it, that's just what's going to happen. That kind of just throws everyone for a loop. I think that's what happened there. And that's what set most people off. It wasn't even so much the monetization part. I think most people would have been fine with whatever monetization they threw at it, as long as it wasn't crazy. And I don't think it was crazy in most cases. Some people try to make it sound like it was crazy, but I mean, it was definitely incompetently approached, but it was obvious that it was more incompetence than maliciousness that created that. Hopefully, that's what it was. I think it was just more their attitude that we're the boss, and this is an industry where we're not customers, we're clients. Every single one of us that develop using Unity, we're not their customer, we're their clients, and clients operate differently than customers do. I think there are valid arguments on both sides. Godot should have never made that tweet on Twitter. Oh, you're talking about the Rideau thing. That's just a whole bunch of weird, right? Like, when politics get involved in stuff, it's just like you pull out the worst in people, I guess. Or I shouldn't say the worst. You pull out the totalitarian in people. So it's just a different conversation. I don't really want to get into it. It's just like, you don't really need to do all of that. Just develop the games, that's it. And I think that's where Rideau came from. Nepal, it's nuts. Nepal, don't ban those who are big donors. I'm pretty sure the lack of bug fixes were an after effect. Yeah, they basically split their engine developer base. That's the most harmful thing that happened to Godot, is that part, right? It's now both Rideau and Godot are split, and it's an ideology that never needed to be brought to the forefront to create that split, and that's the problem. It was completely unnecessary. People could completely disagree about everything else, but agree about one thing, which is they wanted an open source game engine that everyone could use and make a game off of, and that was where we all agreed. Nick, I think making it like it's been, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Oh shoot, hold on. I think making it like it's been out of control and stunned would be the best gameplay wise, but that would take a lot of time. No, not really. Because I already, so whenever you do, so I'll show you. When we do stuff like this in game dev, we make sure that we split two things apart. The first is we always have the mechanics or the script on the parent layer, and we have the visuals on as a child of it. So I could get away with doing something like this really easy, just going like and rotating the car without actually affecting anything else about the mechanics of what's happening here. If that makes sense. Right? We always split that. It would be a problem if I had to change this, because this has separate there's a separate script running the controls on it. But because we always split out the visuals from the mechanics, which for elevations, that's a consistent trick you're going to be using in just about every project that you use going forward. Always keep your art separate from your scripts. You don't ever want the two to really be interacting consistently. For reasons like that. When we want to do specific things that are just visual, like just spinning the car or whatnot, right? That's kind of where that comes from. Okay. Sorry. What did I miss? Elevations, they started posting missing. Yeah, basically culture war stuff, all as Netball said. Elevations, they started posting, yeah, talked about that. Nick, making this sort of art before having the gameplay? No. This is old stuff. Like, I've always had this. I got this from a Humble Bundle, so I've had this for maybe like 2-3 years, and I just decided, like, I have so much stuff just hanging around on my PC or my on my cloud. It's like I can just grab an asset and run with it, see what happens. Nepal, and on the other side, I don't see the inherent problem of promoting what they were. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing, right? If they want to spend their time promoting stuff, go right ahead. But the point is that then they turned around and... So here's the thing. They encourage toxicity and exclusivity by doing that, right? And that's the problem. There was this is a little bit of history. Less politics, more history. But here's a very classic example of smart ways of approaching this problem for them. So there was a guy named Thomas Jefferson who was trying to get all of the states to, and all of these different factions within the states to basically agree to a constitution for the country. Because all of these different colonies had to agree before they could actually form up one country. And so one of the big two groups that hated one another were the Congregationalists of Danbury and the Baptists. So these had a huge, back then, huge constituency representation. So they had a lot of influence. So he went to each one of them. And the big thing was that they didn't want the other ones to have more people in politics than... And it was like a back and forth thing. Both of them wanted the same thing. They just didn't want the other one to have that. So Jefferson was very clever. He went to each one of them and told them that he assured them that the other one wouldn't have. He guaranteed it. The other one would not have that kind of power ever, right? And then that was his. And then he guaranteed it by authoring in the separations of church and state clause, saying that the federal government will never identify with any particular ideology. It will never be able to enforce or not. So that's how. And then they agreed because neither one of them. It was true what he said. Neither one of them will ever have that kind of, or rather, the other one will never have that kind of authority or power over the other. It's just the government will never be capable of doing that. So that kind of approach is a very clever and smart way of handling it. And they didn't. And so as a result, they started creating a very toxic base of people who were very sycophantic into their ideologies, right? And that pushed people away, and that's the end of it. I mean, there's nothing really more to say on it. That's really what happened. Build a time machine? I think making yep, I agree with you, Nick, on that. That's a great idea. I'm gonna make it flash and I'm gonna make it spin. It's insane how Godot is looking 10 times worse than Unity. Yeah, that's true. There's certain things, right? Godot is catching up to Unity in certain ways, Elevations. But it's still just catching up to Unity. The thing that people always forget about Unity is this is the free version of Unity. There's a paid version that's miles better. I was debating on making a video, but it's not for everyone, only for the... it doesn't matter. If you can make a game with it, it's I always joke about this on Roman's channel. My favorite game engine is Dirt and Stick. Like, I like the idea that you can just say, I want to play tic-tac-toe, and then get a stick, get dirt, and suddenly you've made a video game. Or rather, a game. I was debating on making a video on it, but I don't want to. Yeah, basically. It's not important enough to me for me to even really address more beyond just the academic perspective on it. I really have no dog in the fight. Why not more people should address it? Unity doesn't get away with their BS, and neither should Godot. Yes. I don't see the reason to even address. It's not worth the time, right? I would rather make a video game than deal with it. At Nepal, Nick says, yeah, going into politics, especially with an opinion, will end bad sooner or later. True. Elevations. Sad to say that Unreal or building your own engine is still looking the safest route. So, no, maybe. I know that Unreal. So, I have heard so many people say this, and then there's always that one guy on the Discord that says, "Yeah, but Unreal now has gender-neutral code." Like, I always get confused when folks bring that up, because it's true though. Like, they said that they were trying to somehow make, I think it's either Blueprints or C. I don't know how you're gonna do that. Make C++ gender-neutral. Elevations up until UE7 that will only support NVIDIA. Yeah. Yeah, that's the main. So my main reason for not using Unreal is I can't deal with the build times. Elevation says it's crazy to think that at any time the game engine company can just change a license. Right, and right. That was the big problem with Unity. Nicked. Yeah, Unity or Unreal are companies, and they will just get shat on if they do that. Yeah, again, we are not customers when we develop games for these engines. We are clients. Very big difference. Elevations, they will get shat on, but that won't stop them from trying or doing it, especially there. You saw that. The Elevation says they are gonna flip a 360 switch the moment you finish your game. Yeah, that part, you just reminded me, that part about the they want to change it after the fact. So like years later, you've had a game out for like 2 years, but then they back. That was the main thing. Now I remember. Thank you very much. So it wasn't simply that they changed the end user license agreement. It was that they made it retroactive. That really, like, everybody was like, the eyes popped out of the heads for just about every single person. Like, you can do that? Like, we already had this game out for 2 years, and you're gonna make a retroactive EULA for a game that's operating under a different EUL. Like, that is shady. Like, that's what everybody woke up about with that. Nick, if they try, good luck putting out the fire. Unity won't recover for a long time in public perception. I still don't think they will. I'll be honest with you. I think that a lot of people who, have switched over, and they're gonna stay over. They're far more convicted because they have different reasons. My reason has always just been I didn't like the feeling of being like that. When they did that, that's when I realized that I was positioning myself for being a victim, and I didn't like that feeling. So I went and broadened my horizons, or increased my skill set into other engines. That was it. Nepal says, so far, Unity is stable from the management side. So far, yes, it looks like it's recovering. Nicked, they have what? Nepal, elevations. I really like how easy and intuitive Unity is. Just wish they didn't have EA corporate scumbags and ruining the company and its reputation. Yeah, he's gone though, right? I mean, so it wasn't just him. There's a culture there. So hopefully they're working on that culture. Here. Nepal says, elevations. John Riccatello has been a scumbag for, yeah. He has a history for sure. Nicked, we don't talk about John Rickroll. All right, let's get to work. So we're gonna make some. First, let's bring back in our ground so we have something to scale off of. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So next we're going to put in some. Get this down. We're gonna put in some. So we're gonna need a couple scripts, right? We're gonna need a script on this for its hit area, and then we're going to need another script for the hurt. We're gonna need a script on this for the hurt area, and then a script on the other one for the hit area. So let's. Let me see. Do I have like a blockade or something? Barrier? There it is. Okay. So we have a couple barriers. This one. This. Oh, let's bring this down to just prefabs. We have red, white, and we also have the. We're just going to use one of that. Okay. We have other things that might be interesting. We could also have probably cars that are in the middle of traveling, but you're going faster than them, kind of, you know? Let's look at some cars. There we go. All right, so for now, we're just going to implement one vehicle, and then a bunch of these barricades. And so first let's clean up our project a little bit, as we've been very bad programmers, game developers, and our project scripts are kind of messy. So let's go over to our scripting side, just close. We don't need any... So the good thing is, I think just about everything here is done. So we can just close everything. Okay, we're going to leave the game manager open because we're going to be... Oh, so this is a really cool pattern. Elevations, if you're interested. So, basically... what I do, well, I mean, also, I'm not sure, I can't really speak if Nepal is, I mean, you're already deep into C#, so this is probably nothing new to you. But, basically, we have our game manager instance right here. And then we store a static. This is kind of taking the singleton pattern and then abstracting it a bit. So what we do here is that we have our data dictionary right here, and then we've created a new dictionary instance inside of this. But you'll notice that we're storing the type as object, right? And we've stored integer as its key. So dictionaries work as key paired to a value. The value here is any object that could possibly be in Unity. So this is very close to like GDScript with dynamic typing, if you're familiar with Godot's GDScript. And so all we need to get this to work the way we need it to now is a helper. Two helpers. And that's this. Right? Well, technically three. Right? But in reality, it's two. I'll show you why. So, first, going on here. Okay, so first, let's look at like our state machine, right? We've made our state machine for the game, but let's say we want to get our state machine from somewhere else instead of storing it here like this. What we can do is we can do something like set data, right? And so now you're saying, well, hold on, we have no idea what the data name is. Well, what we can do here is we have something like this, property key, and then we can do state machine, and then we can pass in state machine here. Now it's going to give me an error, but I'm going to go down to my property key here, and I'm going to go public static integer state machine is going to be equal to state machine dot get hashcode. All right, and so now I can store any kind of data. Now you'll look at this one, and here you'll see that actually let's look at this one over here. You'll see that I'm doing the exact same thing, but I'm storing speed. Now if we look at what speed is, road speed, it's a float. Right? But over here, state machine is literally an object. It's state machine. So we can store anything that we want into this dictionary on the right-hand side, which is pretty cool. Right? So now, if we want to get the information from this, we can do something like, let's say like the state machine is what we want to get. We can go var machine is going to be equal to get data. And we just put in the property key. Like that. And so now we can get back the machine from our dictionary. Pretty cool, huh? And because this is the singleton pattern, we can do it from just about anywhere in our project. So like over here, here we go. So like over here, I want to get, the road has its own speed, which is what is setting the data on the other side. But we want to get access to that speed for the buildings, because the buildings are also moving as well. So we just go tap the game manager, and then we just do get data on whatever the current speed the road is going at. We could always change the road speed, and now the buildings would react to that speed as needed. Pretty cool. Cat. Let's see. So Elevation says, but I didn't know about the gender code thing in Unreal, so that's news. Yeah, it's funny. I thought it was funny. I mean, you know, there's, like I said, people do all kinds of weird things when when the ideology gets mixed into it. It's like the lizard brain turns on or something. I don't know what it is. Elevations, but yeah, the whole pulling the retroactive licensing thing is insane, and it seems like Godot is doing that now as well with their recent Division. You got me there. I'm not sure what Division is about. I'll look into it, but I don't know. If they're doing the same thing, that is very bad. That is very bad. Elevations, who can you trust anymore? I mean, I don't know how they would do that, right? Because it's an open source engine. So, like, people will just migrate to Godot even faster at that rate. That's like the most valid option right now. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I did the stress test and found that I develop faster in Unity, I would be developing, because there's so many things about Godot that I enjoy. Like, I really enjoy coding shaders in GLSL versus anything dealing with shaders in Unity. It's just miles better for me over there. Like, it's more intuitive for my brain to make shaders over there. But I didn't know, like, I've made some pretty thick shaders. Like, these are chunky shaders that would just have so much utility to them. And I can't that anyway. But I didn't know about the gender code thing. Vision. Who can you trust anymore? Nick says, Elevations, dirt and stones, nothing left. Yeah, pretty much. Elevations, I just hate the idea of spending 2 or more years working on a project, then watching it collapse all like Domino Tower underneath this type of VS. Don't worry about it. Like, seriously, don't worry about it. Just make your game. Like, here's the beautiful thing. After you make your game, even if they do whatever they want to do, they can't take away the elements that you made to make your game from you. So you can just, here's a cheat code to game development that I've discovered. Reuse your stuff. Just because you used your stuff in a game jam here or whatever, just use it again for another game jam. Like, literally, recycle is the key. And the more and successful projects that you've completed, the more stuff you have to recycle. And you just keep recycling, and suddenly you realize, like, this game, the entire point of, well, one of the major points of this game is to take the code from the RPG and put it into this game, which is basically what I've done. Like, the character controller for this game is the same character controller from the RPG. I just turned off stuff. Right? Like, I don't need forward movement and stuff like that, so I just turned those off. So it's to show folks that recycling is a big part of game dev. And programming. And yeah, people, so, and Elevation says, and when it happened first, people, yeah, so people left to Godot a lot. People also left to Unreal, but I think most people shifted to Godot because it's just, it's less about Godot and more about, or what the engine represented, and more about just how lightweight it feels. Like, for me, the only reason I stuck with Godot for as long as I did was just the fact that it was so lightweight. I started second guessing that when my project started getting bigger, and the wait time started actually becoming just about as much as Unity. For, like, you know, when things need to compile and so on. So it's just one of the many little straws that ended up saying, okay, I need to really take a look and see which one is the better engine for developing. Unity is slow, period. Like, it's just, it's got a set speed. No matter how big my project gets, Unity just always compiles at the same speed. Godot just gradually kept getting slower and slower and slower and slower and slower, and I wasn't sure when that would stop because my project was probably like maybe only 50% or 60% done at that point, and it was so slow compiling. Elevation says, now clearly that wasn't the right move either. Yeah, they shot themselves in the foot big time. Nick, can't people still fork Godot and ignore the self-sabotage? Or is it license embedded? So here's the thing with Godot. The source of the problem was in two parts. I'm gonna try to be as succinct on this as possible, Nick, for you, because it's really, you can live without this, right? There's Godot Foundation who essentially run Godot, the main fork of Godot. They're the ones who most of the engine developers work with or work for towards bettering the engine. When people fork it, they usually only companies will really fork Godot and do things with the engine as they need, right? So like Sega will fork it, or Sony will fork it, or whoever, but they can actually fork the engine and do what they need with it, and they'll still call it quote-unquote Godot, but it's really their version of it. You're not going to see that floating around usually for everyone to just utilize, right? They've developed it for themselves. So when you're talking about Godot, you're typically talking about Godot Foundation, the main engine that you're going to get, that fork of it. Then you're also, the second part of this is the Discord. So the Discord, there's a main Discord that even no matter what Godot Foundation wants to say about it, they are sold. I only found out about the Discord because Godot's website, the official website, links you to them as a resource. So they are hip and hip on this one. Has several moderators that are extremely divisive, toxic. They pushed into this ideology way too far and alienated a lot of people over a period of time. I saw it firsthand, right? Their moderation tactics, what they saw as things that needed to be moderated, what they didn't see as things to be moderated, their approach to people, all of that was just, it was a snowball that was building in the side, but it was very ignorable because everyone just agreed with that ideology. What ended up happening, or rather, everyone that remained agreed with that ideology. Everyone who didn't agree with it left. Like, you could find them on tons of other channels doing their own thing. So this whole split is not new. What made it new was when Godot Foundation's community manager decided that they were going to start banning people who didn't agree with their ideology or even asked questions about what was going on. Like, one guy just legitimately had a question about like some feature that he was having a bug with, but he just asked it at the wrong time and got banned because they thought that they thought that he was continuing the criticism, because the main criticism people were having was just make the engine better, don't get into this stuff. And then this guy had a legit issue with the engine that he had put in a request to have fixed like a week before, and he was asking for an update on it and gets banned. Like, because he just happened to ask it at the wrong time without any context about what was happening before. So it was stuff like that, and then they went and banned people off of the GitHub, off of their social medias, and so on. And then they did some really shady stuff right after, saying, hey, if you got banned, send us your personal information and we'll figure out who you are and unban you. And it's like, dude, come on. Like, come on. So all of that was what was happening, and you know, that sends a very clear message about certain things. And they forked it off into Godot. That's the story of basically what happened. That's as short as I could make it. So Godot is basically the next possible major fork that is open source. And when it first happened to Unity, everyone ran license. Yeah. I mean, that moderator, that Discord moderator was telling folks to go die and stuff like that, and it was really bad. It was really bad. Like self-delete stuff. It was crazy. Can people still forego, or is it license embedded? They sure can, but it's doubtful that it's going to get the same funding and updates. And I'm sure Godot won't just let it slide. I don't think Godot... So, Godot is already a trap. After I left Godot, I looked back at it, and I just read up on just what it is. And a lot of it is already a trap, right? It's good to develop in the engine, don't get it twisted. It's just that there's features that you're always going to need addressed that will never be addressed, and because it can't be addressed. And these features are fundamental to being able to put a video game out on the engine in a competitive way. In a timely way, I should say. And for me, one of those features that I bumped into was the animator. So the animator for 2D in Godot is better than Unity, period, right? It's great. The animator for 3D in Godot is worse than anything I've ever encountered, period. Its implementation is horrible. And I can tell you this, when I knew that I had to deal with the 3D animator, I cleared my week because I knew what it was going to take. It got so bad that I made my own animator in Godot, because just to avoid the actual animator for 3Ds. The whole process from registering libraries all the way to handling playback and taking care of the transitions, right? All of that and the logic of transitions, so even the animation state machine. So all of that had to be redone. And it was just terrible, their approach. So things like that, it's just part of Godot, and I call it a trap because I shouldn't have ended up... I spent maybe 3-4 weeks developing that. That was crazy to me, in hindsight. Nepal01, search for CS node. State machine, nice. That's a bit too high level for me. I'd rather use if-else for each vertex of a model to render it. Okay. Okay. You do that. I think that's called nuking people's GPUs. Elevations. If-else can start bog down if you have too many. That's a joke. Yeah. I figured it was. Elevation. It's good that you're learning that the programming. I'm curious about the get hash stuff though. So elevations. Get hash. What this is doing is just taking the string and returning an integer from it. That's all it is. So it's converting that the string value into its hash code. Right? And since we do this on static, these are handled once we actually start the project. So this only gets called once. When we initialize the project, it's going to initialize all static classes, which is the property key here. So whatever this value is going to be that value straight through. Oh, you want to see like it's printed? Give me one sec, I'll show you. Let's just get rid of this. We don't need it. I mean, we should probably use it, right? In a previous video, I showed how to make the state machine on a previous slides. The video's name includes state machine, so it should be pretty easy to get to it. But it's a pretty powerful state machine for what it is. If you're interested on how to make it, just check it out. All right, so let's do a print on the property key. I think it's like it depends on how long the string is, but it's just a code, a string, an integer code to represent the combination of the characters. So all right, So I'm going to print it. It should show up. In a sense, yeah, that's basically what it is. So it should show up over here now. There you go. All right. So in this case, it's negative some crazy number. What is that? Okay, so negative 106,368. 296 will give me back state machine. So you could convert this number back into a string, and it would give you back this string. So you know what does this? The animator. The animator does this also, right? Which is why a lot of people say you should hash out your strings that you're using for your animator, so that way you can just easily communicate with the animator instead of having to stringing it out, which or rather having to call get hash code, because the animator does that internally. Every time that you do like play and then you type in the string, the name of whatever it is you want it to play, it calls this internally to get the hash code of the string that you just put in. Elevations, is it a unique hash or is it based on the length of the string? Example, the speed, variable 1 hash. Yeah, so it's unique to this. So this is, I mean, we can just run them both, right? And so you can see them both. Right? So the speed is this number, and yeah. Right? So basically some huge number. All right, let's go back to Real. Right, but the key isn't so much the hash code. I'm glad that you're interested in that, but the key is actually the storing of data here, because now we can get this data from anywhere just by calling it like this, without having to clutter up our game manager with a ton of properties. We can now store those properties in here, which is pretty cool. This pays back dividends for if you want to dynamically set up objects to wrap data for you. Yes, if you put speed twice, they would be identical. It would basically be you get the same hash code from it. Yes. The point is that it's faster to compare. Like when we want to do comparisons. So like right here, I'm doing a comparison. Right here. Right? So when we do this in the try get value, we put in the data name. This is going to do a iCompare inside of the IEnumerator that is being called here, right? For the lookup. So it's faster to do this comparison with a integer than it is to do it with strings. So that's the benefit of using hash. And then at the same time, this is the coding concept here. At the same time, we store it behind a human readable wall. So I can easily understand that this is speed, this is state machine. And at the same time, we prevent redundancies like what you're talking about, because look what's going to happen if I do this. I'm going to end up with a compile issue, right? We can't have that twice. Now, we could also do this. Right? This will give me a different value. Um, so two variables called speed. We got okay. Where panonym. Um, where you learn various things that have been made. I don't know of any sources other than YouTube and Unity Learn. Panonym. You want to know? YouTube and Unity Learn. Like, I mean, that's basically the where I started from as far as Unity goes, right? Like, I made sure before I even touched Unity that I got my my associate developer's license, and then I got into it. And the only way for me to do that was to go through the whole Unity Learn process. While I was at work, I would just go during lunch and just watch a couple videos, do a couple things when I got home, and that was it. Eventually, the rest of it just comes from experience. Like I said, 99% of game dev is recycling. Nick, FNAF AI is so damn complex. What does FNAF mean? You lost me on that one. FNAF. For now, I don't know. It's so damn complex. I'd say I'd moderately dislike it. Panonym, C# tutorials, and courses if you want to be fancy. Elevations. But can't you just store them directly as strings and avoid the hash code altogether? They aren't unique IDs, so what's the point? Wait, so how is it faster converting them to ints? We don't convert them to ints, though, right? So the only time that we end up having to convert them to int is when we do this. If we do this get data. Oh, I see where you're getting lost. Okay. So in C# you have something called overloading for your methods. So this method, these two methods, are overloads. Effectively, if I call get data, right, and we say, let's say int, I can put something like, right, this get data will automatically, or this get data as a signature. This signature on compile is going to associate this get data with this get data, because this is a string and this is a string. But if I do something like this, right, it's now going to associate this with this one. So now, what's the difference? This one has to do a conversion. So it'll take the string, convert it to an int. I don't gain anything really by doing it this way. Right? But over here, we're just going directly from integer to integer, which is then the benefit of this. We don't have to worry about comparing strings to the integer, or even converting it. You're starting to see the performance benefit there now. Tutorials on web is different with how code in Unity. You can't imagine where to use. So Panonym, no matter what, I think it's unavoidable. You have to be patient with yourself. In this is a very game dev is not easy, and that's important to understand. And you have to be patient with yourself, and you have to allow yourself to make mistakes, and just keep trying to learn from them. Well, you know how you can test the performance on your project? You could do this. Do the same process, but with your animator, and see the difference between your because your animator does when Unity's animator is basically this. Every time that you do every time that you do this, you're basically doing this with Unity's animator. But if you ever tried it, you could actually do something like this. And Unity's animator will accept it because it also has this, which is handling the overload. And this is a faster call than this. There's no conversion necessary. And even if you try to do string to string, that's one of the slowest calls you can make. Just period. Because strings... Oh, shoot. I forgot. Are they... So in Godot, strings are arrays. Let me check if strings are arrays in C#. I haven't checked in a very long time. So give me a second. Let me double check. Yeah, okay. So strings are basically like arrays because you can get a length on them. And so now you have to deal with iterations. Well, whenever you're doing a comparison on string, it's the same thing like doing a comparison on an array, right? And then you have to also go through and make sure that each one is matched. It's like a nested comparison that you're having to do, and try until you find the matching element of each part of the string to whatever it is that you're comparing it to. So that kind of thing, right, is different from doing like that. Okay. I feel like I forgot something. I think that's it. Oh man, my head. Okay, let's move on. So we want to introduce two new scripts over here. Oh shoot, we're actually planning to clean this up. Give me one sec. Assets. So let's clean up this project a little bit. We have a ton of, I think, mono behaviors that need given homes. So let's do all of that. We have any managers here? Not really. Okay, let's move it. Like Unity is going to start giving me a error. Hope it's just that one error. Okay. All right, let's add the script to the car first, or let's actually do it this way. We will turn it into a prefab. So first we'll make a 3D empty. Let's make it a cube. Let's make it a cube. Hit area. Hurt area. We can get rid of the remove component. So we're going to make this a trigger. And we're going to increase its size on the... And... Okay. Increase the offset a little. Okay, that's it. And we will add a script to this. First, let's actually put this on a new layer. So we need to add a layer here, and it's going to be damage layer. So now we go back. Okay. We will need to make a new script. So this is going to be our hurt area. And we're going to make another one for our hit. Actually, let's call this hurt box. And the other one is going to be called the hitbox. Right, what's going on now? I've honestly never noticed a huge performance loss with strings like that before. It's only recently I've seen this come up more, to be honest, especially in comparisons. Especially in comparisons. But again, what is the performance loss we're talking? LOL. At elevations logically with how strings. So Nick says elevations logically with how strings work on a computer or on a super large scale, it could have an impact. Yeah, so it just depends on two things: how often you're making the comparisons versus and also how long the strings are. So if the strings are massive, it's exponential, right? The longer the strings, the worse it's going to get, and the faster you'll feel an actual impact. So if you name something like some super long name, like, I don't know, like 20 characters or something like that, or you're comparing like 2 paragraphs, then it depends on the kind of comparisons and how often you're making those comparisons within the frame. You'll actually end up with hang if you do that. Versus if you already had, think of it kind of like caching the end result of that value versus trying to handle that value at runtime. Is there really a need to continuously handle the calculations for the way that you can ID the comparison every single frame at runtime, right? Or because you have to remember, as game developers, we have a budget, and that budget is this. Right? That's our budget. This little FPS thing over here, and we want to try to keep that at around above 60 FPS. Right? Now, the good thing about this is when you're running this in engine, this is you're only getting about half of your FPS. when you run build, it's going to go faster, or you'll end up with more. So you try to shoot. I try to shoot for keeping it at above 45 in big projects. That way, I know that when I build it, it's going to be running at a minimum of like it's going to be well above 60. So then you just cap it at 60, and that's it. The player has a good experience. But if you have a database, so if you set up your database, let's go back to that real quick. Like, this is the database, basically. This is a data structure for accessing a database modularly, or rather in a dynamic way. But we don't want all of the overhead that comes with getting a dynamic database. So we store the comparisons as integers. So now, on any of these, I can make changes to these multiple times across very few frames and not have to, or do queries on them and not have to worry about impact. Because again, it's a 0-1 lookup, but the comparison still has to be checked. So if this is an integer, it's a direct comparison of a value versus a string, which has to iterate through the string to look up and compare each element of the string. Right? And then also we have issues with typos. Like, I don't have to worry about if I typed speed or speed with this. Or and accidentally put 3 E's over here. Yeah, so Nick says, logically, with how strings work on a computer, on a large scale, it could have an impact. Yes, yes. Do you want to talk about our Lord and Savior dictionary? I mean, I don't know. Dictionaries are definitely really powerful stuff. They're definitely super powerful. Okay. So let's go into those 2 scripts that we just made, and we're going to hook in. We're actually going to hook in something else. Give me a sec. This one is pretty cool. So this is going to show a very powerful way or reason behind this kind of logical approach to the powers of dictionaries, right? Our Lord and Savior. So let's show it real. Let's show it real quick. Nick can get to see our Lord in all of his glory. Where is that script? Player script I need to get to first, right? Player 1. Okay. So, okay. This is different. This is a different type of player script, but it's fine. We can just do it this way. So we're going to do this. Whoops. Okay. Then on start, we will do event bus. I guess it doesn't take this. What does it take? Oh, it's an abstract class, that's why. This is game event bus. I could have sworn it was just event bus. That's cool. Okay. Oh, I see. Whoops. That's what it is. It's actor. Event bus. Okay, there. So in our game we're going to have events. So this is what's called dictionary mapping. So instead of making a switch case for handling this, I just map them to a dictionary. This is extremely useful to me, but right now we're not going to get rid of anything. We're just going to add. I think we can leave it the same. Yeah, let's just leave it the same. Because we only need when we collide. Yeah, so let's do that. Okay. And let's make this public. Okay. Should we do it? I think we should do it. We're being lazy. So instead we're going to do private dictionary. And now let's do it this way because we're not going to have that many. This is a small game. For this class, we're not going to have a lot of. Sorry, we're not going to have a lot of things that are going to be trying to access this. So I think we can get rid of even force. Yeah. So can I please look at this image? Where did you post the image? I don't think I'm pretty sure you cannot post images on YouTube. Are you on Roman's channel? So if you check the link, there should be a Discord link also. If you're on Roman's channel, you could also post it there and just let me know and I'll check it. Let me get on Discord, actually. Yeah, links get auto-blocked, so I don't see it. I just need to open up Discord. If you're on Roman's Discord, you can post it there and I'll take a look. If you're not, and there's a Discord link inside of my description on this video, you can just post it there also. Oh, man. One sec. There we go. Okay. On Nick's Discord. Nick and Roman's Discord. Hey, listen, man. I mean, I consider myself a pretty tech savvy person. Discord is a whole different like skill set you need to have for that. So I'm okay with not holding that against Roman. If I hold anything against him, it's his animator, his approach to animators. At the beginning, that was some crazy stuff. He was crazy for that one. Okay, so let's take a look at this event bus really quick, and just so you can see like the benefit of the approach. So in this case, the events, I'm using the strings directly, right? Like this. Right? So you could do this, but this is slower than, so like, the longer these names would get, the slower this would be. Now, I only did it this way because, and you could see the evolution in my programming as I'm going along with this, but I did it this way because at the time, I was just figuring out this approach, like how I would like this approach to be. And I realized that this is actually very intuitive and very quick on the CPU. But yeah, let's actually run it real quick so you could see like how it's implemented proper. So let's make the other two scripts. Where are they? There we go. As soon as Unity wants to load, it'll be. There we go. Okay. So we want the hurt box and we want the hit box. Let's open them both. Okay. So, uh, pretty much we want to know untrigger enter. Right? So, if the collider doesn't contain this, then we're going to set this to this. If it does, then so we actually don't need to do this part. And so now we can do this. Public void. I don't like this approach. I don't like this approach at all. I'm trying to think. We should go up. Or we want to go up. I'm going to signal down. All right, let's do it this way. Got it. I figured it out. My approach needed... What did I make a mistake? Oh. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. I forgot to have system over here. Was it now? It was my game data. Take a look. I'm pretty sure it's an interface. Oh, iEvent. That's what it is. What did we call it? Event bus? On... There we go. So we need to know the event. Okay, let's see. The wall, how great. Sent a link. Arts. Yes, Make It Our Arts is the word. Roman's Discord, as if he needs more than... Yeah, true. Well, connects, made the thing, transferred it to Roman, and he... Yeah, that sounds like a game dev. Basically what it is. And yeah, it's like, it's a different magisterium. I really have to tell you. It's like dealing with OBS for me when I have to deal with Discord backend. And elevations look like you posted. I will check now. I'm assuming you did it on Mikura Arts. Give me a sec. Da, da, da. Nicked, you joined. Give me a sec. There we go. Yeah, I manually assigned the roles, so I have to give you like a second to do it. Okay, so it was, I'm guessing you put it under off topic maybe? Okay. Yep, there you go. One sec. Okay, so you can't do that. Give me a sec. Weird. If I go... Oh, because it's not open. Huh, weird. Whatever. Alright, let's see what it says. How are the benchmark results for 1 million comparisons? Right. That sounds about right. Long strings. Yep. That's true. Again, remember what I said. I said that it becomes exponentially slower the larger the string gets. So as you're not going to really have very descriptive strings when you're just sticking to 3 characters like A, B, C, right? Like the word speed by itself has 5 characters. So as you get further and further along, you're going to find that you're not going to get the losses that you would get for going longer with strings. Modern CPUs, yes, that's great. But again, this is for, where is it? Over here. These strings are a bit longer than 5 characters, but we still want to make the comparisons quickly. Right? And in the case of like the animator, it's handling its stuff constantly, like always, always, always. So now, here's a question. If you have choice to make, where you're developing the video game and you're finding that you've based your entire database setup on strings, but you are right now eking out between let's say 6 FPS. Would you rather have had that 6 FPS be something that you could have mitigated by not going with strings through your database, or would you rather not have had that problem, right? Like, that's the way I look at it. We have an error. Ah, right. Oh, one sec. I totally get where you are coming from, and I agree with int comparisons are faster than strings. I'm just blindsided, I guess, by so many avoiding strings altogether. But I also haven't encountered huge string FPS performance loss. Elevations, if you truly want to see a difference, the first time I caught it was when I was making the Vampire Survivors clone, which I streamed also, parts of, I think the majority of. And I started catching on to what the animator was doing. And so I just converted everything over to hash set, and it gave me like the extra. I mean, there was other optimizations that I did, but it gave me on its own like an extra 2 to 3 FPS. And then when I found like another optimization, because I was using spatial partitioning, and I found another, oddly enough, that dealt with integers, that gave me like another, I think like 60 or 70 FPS, and I just stopped worrying about it from that point, just kept designing the rest of it out. It was something to do with breaking down the vector 3 into, technically vector 2, but breaking it down into a integer, and then using the integer instead of printing the vector 2 to mean what it means. Essentially creating a hash of a vector. But then caching that hash and then referencing that hash instead of creating a new vector each time. Spatial partitioning stuff. I could put it like that. Alright. So we were over here and we were figuring out this mess. So yeah. So the event type here is type. And we're going to put the actor event type hit. Or is it after or is it before hurt? I think this is before we hurt. Yeah, we need new events before. So we want to do something like before collision. And we want to do new game event. Oh, whoops. What are we even doing? I think that's it. That's all we have to do. Yeah, that's all we have to do. And then we can do something like e dot add data. And in this case, we're going to do What did we do in the game manager? Just use this property key. Okay. Do public. All right, and we're gonna do this over here. I'm going to redo this also. I have to refactor in my other project, the RPG project, because I want this to be integer also. Okay, done. And I think we're going to get rid of this altogether. I don't think we need this. We're going to see what happens if I get rid of this, because I don't think I used this in the other project at all, and I never ran into a situation where I needed to use it. Oh, wait. Wait. Where is this being used? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I don't think we ever used it. So let's get rid of this. If we need it, we'll just put it back, but I think we don't need it. I don't think we need it. Let's see what's going on. Nick says elevations gets you in the mindset of using them more. Nick, have you ever played? Nick says, have you ever played Five Nights at Freddy's? Not playing. Oh, that's what FNA. Okay, got it. Five Nights at Freddy's is like not playing Minecraft in my pool. Okay. Okay. Book. Okay. Hey, it made more sense with Bool. Coconut Monk? Coconut Monkey. Hello, Coconut Monkey. How are you doing? Elevation says, yeah, I'm definitely gonna need refactor some of my code as well. I just didn't realize that strings were so shit for performance. Elevations, I was mainly looking at UIDs. So you can turn anything into a GUID also. I just don't use them because they're not consistent. What I mean is that in every instance of what you're running, so like, let's look at this real quick. There's a context or a use case for GUID. It just doesn't fit here, right? Like I could set this to, let's do it like this. Right? So we could do this. But this is useless to me, right? Because this doesn't really mean anything. And it's a completely random and unique ID, but it doesn't actually mean anything to me. This is human readable at build time. Like I actually know what this is going to mean, like where this is getting its information from. So what this means is that now I can replicate this somewhere else in my code. So let's say for some reason I don't have access to this, but I still want to be able to get this result somehow. I have that here, which is what this is doing. Right? And it's keeping it consistent for me. That doesn't mean that GUID is bad. There might be a use case where I could do GUID new GUID and then get the hash code for that GUID and then store that here, because that's completely unique ID, but it's unique to this property. Meanwhile, just getting the hash code for this is unique to this, right? So every speed is going to be using this same hash code. That makes sense. Okay, so we're going to go here and we go to property key, collision target, and we can just pick the other now. There. Okay. And what are we trying to invoke here? So we don't need this anymore. That's what we were storing it there for. It was for the invoke type get. Okay. We don't need to do that. It's nice, it looks pretty, but we don't need to do it. So instead now we could use this. Instead now we could do this. Can you do that? I don't think you can. Nope. That would have been nice. Whatever. Okay. Elevation says, I was mainly looking at you. Okay, that's Nick. I'm scared of I'm scared of Blender, but I will need to use it. Nick says, my game just requires custom models. I can't get around that. You're making a Five Nights at Freddy's clone, no? Isn't that what you're going for? Nick? I remember I keep seeing you posting stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's, so I thought that that's basically where you were going with it. Are you going to cross Five Nights at Freddy with GTA 5? You have my support if that's what you plan. A fan game. Nick says a fan game, but you know, it's 3D with some custom mechanic. So start with what's your target platform? And then as far as the art assets goes, just make sure you don't spend more time trying to get around something than it would have taken to just have made it yourself. That's like, so here's the thing. If you've already grade the game, as in if you're already at that point where you've gray boxed all of the stuff that matter for the game, then now you're at the point where you can say, all right, let's use Blender to do stuff, right? But otherwise, you probably don't really need to worry about Blender yet, and you might come up with a new solution. Like, there's so many things. The one feeling that I hate the most is having made an art asset and then not needing it later. Like, it's just so annoying to have invested time into making tiles or sprites or whatever, and suddenly I realize I don't like that mechanic, and so I'm not going to use this, and I have no vision for how to incorporate it, and it's just like, blah, I've wasted time, right? So that's something to avoid, I would say. And you avoid that by figuring out what your platform is. Yes, like as in if it's PC or if it's a cell phone game or whatever. Right? And you avoid that also by gray boxing. So like here you'll see that I just did it this way because I already had all of this stuff, right? So I didn't need to care too much. I just needed a road, and then everything else I'm just filling in as I go. So actually, I'll show it this. There we go. So for this project, I'm working off of Codec, right? It doesn't show the stuff that I've completed, I think. Oh, there we go. So basically, so basically, in this codec, I'm just going by day. So on day one, we got the oh, I see. It archived it. So on day one, we finished the vehicle controller. That was because we just ported over the old character controller to the vehicle and then just deleted stuff we didn't need anymore. The camera was pretty quick also. And then this was day 0, actually. Then day 1, the very first actual stream for development, we took care of all of these things. So we made a prototype scene. That was the scene that you saw over there. We imported the assets that we were going to be using. set up the project, and so on. We just had all of these different parts itemized. So it was because of that that I could get to the part where the game looks pretty. But otherwise, this whole thing would have just been a simple plane. If I didn't have everything already, like, so if I when I thought about making this, I thought about making this because I was going through my back catalog of just stuff that I had and saw I had this kind of thing, and I said, what kind of game could I make with this? Because I've had this for so many years, I've just never used it. So that's where I'm at with this. And so otherwise this right now would have just been a simple gray plane going forward, and you just have a box, probably a blue box right here, that's just running along on this. Right? That's basically what would have happened otherwise. Um, Nick says, I have it blocked out most of what should be in the game. I'm missing a few mechanics, but I will flip-flop between art and coding anyway. Fair. I tried using... My core mechanic is not yet functional. I need to do it soon. I tried using Codex, but it just doesn't feel like... Having a plan is not my style. Okay. Making the cards and then overthinking how to balance a task since I'm into game design is just not working. Okay. I mean, I think the trick is to... It's just... There's certain things that are going to come with experience, sure. I think the trick is to just be okay with making mistakes and just learning from those mistakes. I think that's it. That's the trick. You got to be okay with the mistakes you make. All right? And I think that, yeah, maybe there is like a curve that you need to get past before you start dealing with like stuff like Codex. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. I can't really answer to that. I think because Unity Learn, which had come up in conversation earlier, does try to reinforce project planning and management. So that might be something that maybe it's something that's beneficial to do early on and get your head around early on. Elevation says, well, I'm not going to obliterate my strings entirely, but I'm certainly not going to measure performance in refactor code that may cause bottlenecks if I run... but I'm certainly gonna... Okay. Measure performance in refactor. Yeah, I mean, if you're deep into your project, like you saw my other stuff, you just saw me flip it over, like the code literally. So here's the thing. Sorry. So here's the thing. Here's clean code approach, right? So this is I consider a clean approach. I only have one place that I need to worry about the conversion from string to integer. So in order to get this to work without having to lift up the guts of my entire project, I just need to change it in this one place, and now it should work for the rest of the project. Right? We still need to change this part here, though. Right? But it's fine because we're going to be deleting just about all of this. Now that I look at it, we need to delete it all because most of this doesn't apply to this game at all. So let's just do that. Like that's like half the trick, trying to be lazy about it, but we should just get rid of it. And so we can now get rid of most of these entries. And the very first actor event that we're going to need I think we're going to make a new one. We're going to call it event keys. Oh, we already have it. Okay, and we're going to delete most of these. Oh, I think all of these can go. So the very first event was what? A collision event. Right, so that means that we also don't need this anymore. Right. Most of this stuff is because I got rid of this from the object. So this has nothing to really do changing to ints. I'm kind of handling like 3 different changes that I've made at the same time. But the other int thing is pretty much done. Oh, for top. There, and that's it. So now this should work for the rest of my project. And we're going to probably just get rid of all of this also. Not even sure if we're going to use this. Let's just get rid of it altogether. I think from now on we're just going to use, and this is the whole learning process, right? Like I'm refining this code to be as lean as possible down the road. So the next time that I iterate or the next time that I use this, it's going to be even better. You don't get here without making mistakes. Okay. So now, yeah, so now we can do this. Let's, oh man, that's pain. That's another thing you should always, or I should always practice putting a before and an after event. Okay. So now when we do this invoke event, this is going to expect a integer. So the integer that it wants there we go. So now, here's the thing. When we're doing... Oop, what am I doing? There we go. When we do this on hit event invoke, it is supposed to be calling this. This doesn't need this anymore. Okay. So we are using it for... Nick says, I should be planning because ADHD, but I just think too much about making the plan and then I overwhelm myself because I planned out like almost everything. Want a quick solution? Very quick solution? You have two of them. One is look at how other people did their plans and then just copy paste it. Basically, just take somebody else's plan that you've seen done, a game design document that you've seen done. Go ahead and copy pasta that, and then just change it around as you need for your project. Elevation says in C++ they also have string view, which has performance boosts. Yep, C++ is C++. There's all kinds of black magic that's done in that language for all kinds of purposes. It generally doesn't translate well to other languages when you try to do that, but it translates good enough that it's the best option. I'll probably optimize where I can. I'm already using a string to hash map though. Nick says, I really like imagining how the game will turn out. The idea is not impossible to achieve for one. Yeah, I mean, just take your time and do it day by day, right? Like, the benefit of doing like what Roman does or what I'm doing right now is all I need to do is accomplish what I need to do for today, and I'm done. You know what I mean? Tomorrow is tomorrow, and as long as I try to accomplish the goal of the day, then I'm guaranteeing that I'm going to be able to get to that finish line. You know what I mean? Day by day, dude. That's it. Believe me, it's very easy to get overwhelmed. Very, very painfully easy. Right? So, how do I put this? If I really let myself, and this is the downside of it, like it happened just 2 days ago, right? Where I got so lost in the minutia and I still had in the side of my head the big picture, and I just couldn't progress, and I just wasted so much time. I got the job done, but it's a struggle. I see. Now I see why I did it the way that I did it. It's because I didn't want to create a reverse lookup table. Okay, let's do some work. We're gonna make a reverse lookup table because why not? Can we do this? In Godot, you can't really get it. Okay, yeah, it works. Okay, there we go. So that's my reverse lookup. So when we do okay, there. So now we can do this. Or actually we do it this way. Okay. So actually, I think I want to get rid of this. What is using it? Nothing. Okay, yeah, we can get rid of this. Beautiful. Fantastica. So now we map this, call that, we do the invoke, and this should now all work perfectly fine. Try to connect. Or rather, the first one is the invoke. So let's test this out, see if this invoke is actually working. We need to do a new game event. It is going to be... So we can get rid of this now. Right? We don't need that anymore. And we can do that. That's a lot cleaner. That's a lot cleaner. I like that approach. Let's see what's saying. When I open Unity, I will jump from thing to thing for hours, wait like 3 days, and then do it again. It works well managing the ADHD. I don't know what that says about me. It's quirky. How do you actually prefer to be called? Art is fine. It's a-okay. Some people say Arte, some people say RT. It feels almost like I'm the Godot meme with that name sometimes. Weird. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so we're going to just do an invoke hit on this. Over here, we will create the game event. Pass in what type of event it is. And then we will add this collision target to the event. So now, this is going to go through. We just need something to handle... So this is going to actually start the process of sending out events related to it. Do we want... I think what we want is... We don't want to do this here. We want to do something like this, but not this. We want to do something like this. That's what we want to do. We're going to use this code again later on, but this is what we actually want. So let's make that collision manager. That's how I approach it. I just let the code lead me where it's going to lead me. Right? I try to code in such a way that I'll always be able to use the code that I write. It's not always 100%, but I always try to do it that way. And just let the code lead me where it's going to lead me. So now the next step is collision manager. This is where Godot, I think, wins the cake. Because Godot, when you inherit through colliders, you can still pass through But you could do that in Unity. And I just don't want to do that here. It's a little bit more clunky to do it in Unity. Because with Godot you could use resources to change the shape of the collider. Can't do that in Unity. Well, I mean, you could. It just wouldn't work the same. So what we want is a private... This is a lot of pseudocode, but we're gonna plug stuff in a second. We don't know what else yet we're gonna have, but we might even not need this. I don't know. Okay, let's plug this part in. Yeah, we're not going to go that deep. All right, so I think this is good enough.
Oh, I see. That would have been nice if that worked, though. Just doing this would have been nice. Like, I don't see why this doesn't... Oh, in this case, I gotcha. Yeah, okay, it's because of this check. Oh well. Would have been nice. Okay, there we go. Oh, so A-okay. Okay. People actually rarely read the T in my name. Nicked. I just realized how awfully AI genned the description is. What description? Oh, the description. Yeah, is it? It probably is. I think I've just been using the same description, but then changing things around a bit with it. So if you go all the way back to like the very first video, you'll see basically the same description. I just keep tweaking different things to match the context for the different series that I do. Not so much the videos, but the series. So maybe that's where you're getting the sense. Where is it? I don't actually have it open. Give me 1 second. Yeah, no, I'm gonna claim those because like 99% of that was just stuff that I've redone. I think the only part of that that remains. Oh, there we go. I loaded in so you heard an echo, but I would say probably the only part that is still the original generation was probably tune in and get a sneak peek behind the scenes. But everything else is pretty much just stuff that I've reworded or even the hashtags, like I update those every single time. So like for this one, it's like cyberpunk and driving and indie, but for the last one, you'll see like RPG, ARPG. Yep, that was me. Like it or not, that was me. Is it? What makes you think that? I mean, for me, it's it fits into the whole idea that the whole process is a journey. So I guess maybe I don't know. Is the music loud? I'll turn it down. I don't know. I don't know how to make it not sound generic. I mean, it is what it is. This is a journey, right? This is the maybe it's my headphones. I think I'm not actually tackling what I said I was going to tackle. Well, I am tangentially tackling it. I'm kind of like setting up a whole bunch of these different systems to work with this project now. A little it feels like I'm not getting much done though towards the actual um towards the actual goal, meat and potatoes. Right? Like we've gotten a whole bunch of the background code done for what needs to happen, I guess. Like the whole get collidable. So we have the manager script. If the collidable is the player. So this should never happen. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew. I call it if there is ADHD, this is like level 6 ADHD. So call. So if the collider is Oh, I got it. If call is power up. Okay, there we go. This is what I needed to do. We're getting on track. We're getting back on track. Just let me cook. It's gonna happen. Okay. So we have two errors. Or one error. We need to find out what's causing that. iCollidable. We need to implement the interface. There we go.
Okay, there we go. So now we're going to introduce the two scripts that we needed the whole time. One is power up and the other one is obstacle. So power up. Unity needs to... There we go, an obstacle. These are the two. Okay. So these two scripts are going to work off of the same world object. Okay, so let's open up all three of them. I should probably name this world interactable. So obstacle and where's power up? Power up. Let's open up all three. Okay, so first off, the world interactable wants to know about the I think we're the hit area. So we go serialize field hit area. Yeah, hitbox. Hitbox. And we're going to have I collidable. And this is going to be an abstract class. And I collidable wants to have a let's do this read only. Public int id get private. There we go. Okay, we can't do this. Well, we could, but it just won't cause the effect that I want it to cause. Okay, so then on awake, we do actually, let's do this on start. Right, and then that's weird. I could have sworn I put in. Did I forget? Oh, I forgot to save. That's what. Now we have to do it.
All right. Ah. What the heck? Ah, okay. Oops. There we go. See, it came together. It's gonna happen sooner or later. True. I think I finished making the generic AI for animatronics. I have like nav points on a nav mesh that connect to each other to make set paths for animatronics. Huh. It depends on your goal. But that's good. It depends on your goal. Like the kind of AI you want to use, it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you know that they want that these guys should be walking exact set paths, that makes sense. The way I like to approach AI movement is I use a dummy. It's a Unity thing, but basically I use a dummy. I place a dummy at the destination, and then I sample the current position that the AI or the target character, whatever it is that needs to be moved, is at, versus where they need to get to. And then from there, I iterate forces or iterate movement of that object to follow a sampled path line. This way, I can create an object without needing to turn that object into an agent itself, giving me the ability to create different movement types rather than having to go through move towards, or rather, what is it? Set destination for the agent proper. And that then allows for other things to happen. So like if there's an explosion, the agent will be, or rather the object gets like hit back if there's physics without me having to turn on and off the agent over and over again. Right, it's just one less thing to micromanage. But that's usually how I approach that. And it also helps for like elevation. So like if there is an object or a destination that's at a higher elevation, and then I come back and I say, well, there's no place, then I can just check to see if the elevation of the dummy is higher than the elevation or lower than, and then use some type of jump mechanic to allow it to jump down or jump up. Things like that are which you can't do with set destination. You technically could, but I think if I remember correctly, it's only for jumping from lower to higher, not from higher to lower, if I remember correctly. Set destination is how it works in those games. Oh, I mean, that's cool. Set destination is very useful though. It's very powerful, especially if you don't have to worry about weird interactions. Like if you know that the AI has to just get to this destination and nothing else is going to stop it, then it's fine. Okay. So let's test some stuff out now. Hold on. So we know that now we need to have the obstacle script on these, and the obstacle script needs to have, or the obstacle script inherits world this. So we just need to assign this. So let's do that here. And grab this. Actually, let's do it this way. I think we're going to just leave these as game objects. Does the barrier... Yep, they have mesh colliders. You know what? It's fine. I don't care. It can be a mesh collider. I don't care. Let's just, At this point, we just want to get it done. Did I forget to put hurt area? Oh, I did. Okay, there we go. Let's run it, see if we get any errors. All right, we got no errors. Everything looks like it's running fine. Oh, my head, brother. Wow, wow. What the heck? Oh, I see. What's going on? Hello, blocks of water. And what's going, Nick? What's the base is too high? I'm confused. Let me listen to what's going on. Or I'll just turn off the music. You tell me if it got better. That's weird. I did not even touch anything to deal with sound, so it's just weird that that started happening. Um, or maybe it was just those songs were higher bass. I don't. Sorry. Sorry about that. Um, say what? I'll try something else. Give me a sec. That's crazy. Like the sound was like almost muted. Oh. Okay. You guys let me know if the bass is too crazy on this also. And I'm gonna also check out OBS real quick to see if something's happening there. According to OBS, decibels are super low. I'm gonna turn my voice down. Maybe that's what's causing it. We still have a problem, or you guys are confusing me. When you say bass, do you mean the bass of the music? Give me 1 second. I'm going to listen to the stream. I just need to catch what's going on here. Maybe that'll help me. I'm listening to the stream right now and I'm not hearing much. I just hear like the music is super low. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, no, that's my voice. That's not the music is super low. The my voice just comes through with very loud. Well, then again, I'm okay. Um no, the music is just super low on my end. I'm gonna breeze through it. No, that's just the music, guys. That has nothing to do with settings. Yeah, I think that was just the music, guys. I'm listening to the stream, uh, but my voice is super high. Okay, we're gonna try it this way. Maybe this will. Okay. If there's still a problem, let me know. But from what I could hear, it sounded perfectly fine. Music-wise, it sounded fine, and my own voice was really high. Okay. So the first step is there we go. Okay. So the first step is we got this thing to not throw errors. Fantastic. The next thing is uh I don't want it to spawn and have to worry about orientation. I want to set everything to just zero it out. Yeah, all rotations are zeroed out. And we are going to adjust the visual. So it looks like 90 is a good number. Right? So wherever we spawn it here, the visual is now connected to the hitbox. So the mesh collider is going to be picking up on that impact. Okay. So now the next part is to make a script that will make this move towards behind the player. So I guess we can put this in the obstacle script. Or should we put it let's put it in the world interactable. Or should we make a movement script? Yeah. Yeah, I know what to do. I have a picture. We're gonna do it over here. World interactable. This is just some arbitrary number. It could literally be anything, but this is just to give us an overshoot of the z. So it doesn't matter. It's technically a magic number, but it really doesn't matter. I swear. There we go. OBS. Um, block of water, yes. Could be part of the music. Um, don't do jump scares. You're too good at this. I'm sorry, man. Is this better, Nick? I think what it is that I went too quiet, and then when I start talking, it comes out super loud. My bad. Oh, I'll turn it back. Oh, you know what I forgot to put in? I absolutely am. This is how you know I'm a noob streamer. I completely forgot to put this in. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's pretty late in the stream now because we're almost done with what we set out to do today, but uh this is something that I should have done from the very beginning. I'm gonna blame you, Nick. You should have told me. Like fail streamer. There you go. Have fun. As to make up for it though, I'll do this. Back. There you go. Yeah, I always just forget to put it on though. Now, so Okay, so we're gonna do move to end. We move towards that position, and then we just update the transform's position. So let's do this on update. Okay. Internally, we're going to be listening for something. So and this will be triggering into our pooling system for these objects. Okay. So now the next trick is, oh, and we need to, let's do this here. Register. Okay, there we go. um, 1 sec. I don't know if that actually works, but it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it's always fun to have it. I just totally zonked out. Like, I had my brain set on getting these things done. Okay, so here we going. We're doing a move to end. So we move towards a position, blah, blah, blah. That's done. We unregister this. So now let's make the spawner for it. And we're actually, once the spawner is done and working, we're actually done for the day. Oh, wait, there's one thing that we need to do. There we go. Okay. How do you not have enough currency? Didn't you just like grab a whole bunch of stuff? Like I'm 100% sure you. Oh. Oh, you bought a whole bunch of stuff. I gotcha. There. You'll be almost as rich as Stream Elements on well, are you richer than Stream Elements on Romans game? It is 2:30 p.m. I think Roman's thing is his Stream Elements is just stonkulous. Okay. So this should be this. We just need to make the let's just make sure. We enable, we register the position. 8:30 p.m. Holy cow! So by the time Roman is streaming, it's like in the early morning for you, basically. Like that's like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. That is crazy. Where are you in like Europe? Wait, yeah, you're like in Spain. That's around in that area, right? No, even further, Germany. You're like GMT +2, basically. If I'm yeah, Poland. That's right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I was getting closer. I was getting closer. That would explain all of the weird words that you use sometimes. The things that you count as human language. Ah, +1. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. I think we're good. Let's make that spawner now, and then we will be done for today. Why do we have so many errors? Ah, we don't need to do this anymore. Elevations. Programming. I mean, consistently, like, to learn and to be where I am right now, I would say it's been maybe 3 years, 2 to 3 years. Right? But just, like, casually programming, just doing random things that are, like, around the programming area, a while. Probably since I was in, like, high school. No, before that, because I remember there was a game that came out, and they had like a really strong modding scene going for that game, and I was taken on board to do some asset development for that game, and then, but it was all free. It was all pro bono. Like I was just a kid at that time, so I was just doing stuff for free, and then
yeah, that was basically it. And I had to learn a little bit of programming with that. So that was my like first real introduction to it. Um, yeah, when I'm tired, I just don't use sentences. And when I have to work Monday to Friday in the mornings, I can't even be on stream. On stream. Usually, I could come back from work and views per stream and get an American audience. Wait, what? But he decided to ditch his 2 to 3 total, yeah, views per stream to get an American audience. Yeah, I don't know. It was a weird decision, but it's his decision. He has to make that decision. I found it very nice. Um, when I like woke up, I just like got my coffee. I did all my stuff, and he was just running in the background. And I'm an American audience, so for me it was fine. Then I would just take care of stuff, and I would like hear him in like another room, and then sometimes I'd come back and communicate. That's basically how it was for me. Now his time, I'm like dead tired by the time he's streaming, and it's like I want to stay awake and I want to be involved and engaged, but I can't. I'm just tired. At that point, I'm not sure, but I'm probably like a very bad case, I guess. I don't know. I think maybe I'm just a bad case of to compare with. But it's just weird that he did ditch, I think, a growing audience. Elevation says, and has it mainly been in Unity with C Sharp? I've touched a whole bunch of different languages. So my original language is now a dead language. I think it's dead, or either that or it was revamped. But it was proprietary to the guys that I was working with, and that was called TNT. Later on, I got a little into Ruby, and then I went back and got into Visual Basic-ish stuff, but that was more for enterprise stuff, right? And then I got into C++ a little bit. Weirdly enough, I never got into Python, despite in college, everyone was praising Python, but they actually never taught it in the college. So I never bothered to like search out what it was about to learn it. It just never interested me. C Sharp never interested me either until later on. And then I got into C Sharp proper under Unity. And I realized just like it's a lot, but it's easy. I don't know how else to put it. It's not hard to get what it's trying to do, but its library is just huge. And then GDScript was the last one. The last new language that I picked up was GDScript, and that one is just like super easy. Literally, you could turn off half your brain and use GDScript. It's just a super intuitive language. Yeah, VB6. So hold on, okay. And also, how do you handle getting stuck on the wrong thing? What do you mean by that exactly? Like, if I'm designing something and I'm just like in a bad place, but Nick says, I think it's a pretty bad decision as he was just ramping up. Yeah, I'm with you on it, man. I think that because it's more than just being at the right time. Like, you have a group that you're just engaged with, that they are engaged back, and it's just, it's a good vibe, right? And it spreads. And I think that you still have like good people on that new time. It's just, I don't know. It's just going to take time for me to get used to it if I can. I might bail out too because it's just so late. Like, I'm just so tired by the time halfway through the stream. I'm like, my eyes are closing and I'm like ready to, because I got to wake up early the next morning. I'm usually up by about like 4 working on this stuff, and then I start streaming by like 11. And so by the time like 10 o'clock comes, I'm just like gone. Visual Basic 6, yeah, holy cow, yep. Visual Basic 6 was
I remember that that was supposed to be a thing, but that was more of an enterprise thing, less game dev thing. Like the company that I had been working with just had some old stuff, and VB6 was what it was running with, so I just had to pick that up. Um, Nick, did you guys play the Black Hole game, by the way? I didn't feel like checking the. I'm going to play it. I just haven't I haven't played games. I don't know what it is since I got into game development. My gameplay stuff has decreased a lot. So like my impetus to play games is just not as strong as it used to be. But I want to play it. I'm going to probably, if I can tomorrow, I'll try to play it. Maybe I'll do a let's play of it. I'm not sure. I usually there's another game that a friend of mine that we did game jams on released for free on Steam. So I did a let's play of that, and it's a great game. Like I honestly think they should have charged money for it, but um, hey, it's free. It's anyone can check it out. It is what it is. But the voice acting is through the roof. The art, as usual, he's just phenomenal. The only thing is that they had like 2 bugs, but I think they fixed it already, which is fantastic. They did that in like just a few days, so good on them. I have to try it again without the bugs. You know, um, but I'm gonna play it. Take a short answer. I'm gonna play it. Probably if not today, then tomorrow. I'll definitely try to get as high scoring and post up on it. Um, Nick, elevations. So, like getting stuck on the fundamentals, edging out little things, possibly focusing on the wrong things in your projects. Okay, so I think what you are saying is like if you design a feature and that feature wasn't good for the project, is that what you're trying to get at? Or are you saying like you're designing the feature but you're designing that feature wrong? I'm assuming you mean the former. You if you can clarify that for me, but I'll answer both if you need because I've been in both situations. Nick Roman wanted also to experiment, so he may come back with normal schedule in March. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just so I don't know. I like the previous schedule, and I think he had not for nothing. I think he just looked better at in the morning, like he looked more awake. I guess in the night he looks like a freaking vampire. Like it's all dark around him and everything. If there's a programmer streamer who's like really popular. I think he codes in OGL and C++, and he gets like 100,000 freaking subs and like thousands of views and all types of good stuff for that guy. So when I look at that, I'm like looking at Roman, and it's almost the same thing. They're like in this pitch black room with like lights glowing in the background, and this guy's like sitting on his bed typing away and smoking weed, and it's like okay. The only thing Roman is missing is the spliff. um Elevation says that's probably because a lot of games are shouldn't pay to win now. Probably. I mean, so the game that I used to play, the last MMORPG, and it's mostly just nostalgia for me, that I enjoyed was Phantasy Star Online. The New Genesis 2. That was the one that I was playing. It's a mouthful, but it's actually a really pretty solid ARPG type of situation. MMORPG. Lots of combos, lots of there's stuff that they could do to make it better, but it's a solid game. And the thing is that you know what it's like when somebody stabs you once and you're scarred. Basically, that's what they did. The game is they released that version of the game so with so little content and put so much stuff into so much time into paywall stuff that it's like, yeah, I paid stuff, sure, but eventually I just got sick of it. I'm like, every single time, like every week, there's no new storyline, no new content, no nothing, but it's like months and months of cosmetics, right? And it's like, yeah, your character can look like this, and it's like that. If you remember, Nick, that kept harassing Mr. V about the horse armor stuff, right? It's like that's basically what it is. It's just artists need to put their kids through school on the through college on the stolen credit cards of kids taking their mom's credit cards and stuff to waste on cosmetic armor and loot crates and stuff like that. That's basically what happened. So I'm like, yeah, it's maybe that's why it's like when I hear artists in the industry complain about AI this, AI that, I'm like, yo, guys, you guys have been polluting the scene with so much of this this box loot crate stuff, and it's just all over the place. So it's like, in a way, I don't I don't have a dog in your fight. Like, I can't defend you because you guys really spent all of that time fueling the furnace of these big companies that are now going to say, hey, we just need content. We don't really care about the art. You know? It's like, yeah, I hear it, but to me, AI is just a tool. So use it to help and speed up your development. That's the way I look at it. And the whole loot crate thing, it's all tied together for me. But I still see them playing Black Desert no problem. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I tried Black Desert. It's not my thing. Elevations says not designing it wrong, but rather you're kind of moving on to the next thing while leaving the other thing unfinished. That's fine. That is fine. That is fine. Because here's the thing. If you're keeping track, and this is actually speaking to Nick's issue also of just not logging down his stuff and planning out. So I've left stuff half finished, like features that are just partially broken in this project. But I know that they're broken, right? Because if I hyper focus on them, I'll just waste time on that thing. I won't actually get anything done. Meanwhile, by just saying, okay, I've already scheduled this thing out, I know it has to be done, but then moving on to the next thing, I'm giving my brain the time it needs to disentangle from how deep it is in that mess, and then I'm going to come back with a better solution. Meanwhile, I would have still gotten stuff done for something else, right? And these things can continue to stack, but because they're all being logged on Codec or whatever you choose to use, it's easy to go back to it. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not complete, then I can just go back to it and find out why it's not complete and then complete it. And with fresh eyes. Laughing my ass off with the guy's name. I think I watch him as well, Tokyo Spliff. Maybe that's him. I'm not sure. Ow. I don't know. I don't know if it's him or not. I've caught his stream maybe twice, but he gets a lot of views, so it's probably not going to be hard to find him. But Tokyo Spliff sounds about right. I'll be honest with you. Nick, he looks like a meme. We have memes of him looking like that, but I can see that he is more mentally active. He's engaging more and not getting distracted. I saw the horse. Yeah. Nick, interestingly, I really like making changelogs. Back in the day, I was making Minecraft mods. I don't know, enjoyed writing them. It's like washing the dishes. Some people just like going to the printer and printing, washing the dishes, whatever. That's good. Elevation says, yeah, I think Fresh Eyes really helps sometimes. It's amazing. And yeah, Tokyo Spliff, he does his own engine, C++ and OpenGL, and smokes weed. Yeah. Elevations. People are like amazed because he doesn't do it with AI. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use AI, right? But here's the thing. You don't need to use AI the better you get. Actually, hold on, let me rephrase that.
You don't need to use AI the more experience you have, because you're your own AI. What does AI do? Right? It takes all of the work that other people have done, including yourself, and then just composites it, and it's just in essence a search engine. Well, here's the thing. When was the last time when I was coding that I had to actually go and Google anything? I haven't had to, like, I put together everything in in the last two projects without ever having to go Google anything. Now, if you came to me maybe like 2 years ago, I'd be Googling up a mess. I'd be on every stack trying to figure out things. I'd be asking questions left and right. No, I'm nowhere near that right now. Like, I'm way past that. I don't need to. If I have like an idea in my head, I don't need to go to a YouTube page. Normally, I don't need to go to a YouTube page to check if I'm doing something right. There are times when I would still go just to see like how other people would have implemented it. But generally speaking, I only will ever do that if I find it's not so much that I don't know how to do it, but that I don't want to spend as much time doing it. So I'll just copy how somebody else did it. That's effectively what AI is. So to say that, well, you know, you're not using AI is to me anyways, the same thing as saying, well, you're using your own code base. You're using your own experience. So you're either going, like what I did in here, copy pasting from my previous project and just reusing the same code or whatever. If I stop doing something, I won't come back for a week. By fresh eyes, you then mean rereading? Hey, sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes that's what it takes. That's why I like making my code like, you see how like this is just a very small class, right? I don't want this class to have more in it than it needs to have, right? And if you look at all of my classes, they're basically that small, right? It's not that much to read. When I go back to this class, there's not really much to read, right? And when there is, I break it up like this. So I can look into this area and I know that this is movement stuff. This is later on, I'm going to put in some tilt stuff. Elevation says, yeah, I've personally just found after hours of trying to code a certain feature, it may not work. Coming back with fresh eyes just helps me really get it fleshed out. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens to me. Like with this code, I think it was on Friday I coded it, the road script, or not the building controller. Oh, yeah, but the building script, and I just got stuck. But then like a day later, I come back and easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right? It's just fresh eyes. That's all it is. Elevation, because sometimes I just get like a mental block, cannot go much further. Too much further. It's like my brain just peaked that day and gotta come back down tomorrow. Bye. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Your brain checks out. Nicked, personally, I just get distracted before I hit the mental block. Hey, maybe that's your mental block, Nicked. That's possible too. Okay, so yeah, like you see, even the building controller is only like 70 something lines or whatever. No, it's 131 lines. Right? So, and we try to break everything down as much as possible, so it's just easy to read. This is dense for me. I don't like leaving methods like this, but sometimes you just have to. Okay. So we need to make the spawner. That's the last thing. And then once we make the spawner, we store the prefabs, and we're just going to do it the dirty way. We're being dirty little game developers now because we can do it. So I don't think this is going to be a manager. I think this is going to be a controller.
So that's going to be where it spawns. Part of me is tempted to give these rigid bodies, but and then simply applying the velocity to this, but it just makes things complicated to do that. So we're going to operate with it on a slightly differently. Let's not deviate from the mission, or eye on the prize. Okay, so we're going to create a list of interactable objects. So these were, what are they called? World interactables. Whoops. System selections, generic. Okay. So this one is going to be obstacles. And we're going to have another one, and we're going to call this one power-ups. Okay. Okay, let's see. Nick says, personally, I just get distracted before I hit the mental block. Yeah. Distract distract is very real too. So is motivation. But that's life. Gotta get through the pain to get to the good parts. Oh, I'll agree with that. Sometimes the good parts is the pain, right? I gotta go to sleep soon. Roman broke my sleep schedule, so I slept like 4 hours yesterday. You know, I'm gonna be with you on that. Blame Roman. Like he definitely messed up a few people's sleep schedule. It's cool though. Like if he does go back, I'll be happy, but I'm gonna try to support as much as I can. But no, don't let me keep you awake, Nick. Just, you know, I just hope you had fun. If you learned anything, that'd be good too. If you have any, I always say to anyone, if they have questions about like what I'm doing, if they feel like they're trying to go along with it and they're not getting it, ask. I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. Same thing like what we did with the hash, and we tried to explain out what's happening there. Don't be shy. On Saturday, I didn't sleep till 3 a.m. Jeez. What is a sleep schedule? Joke. Um, I also don't really have one. I just wishful thinking for 8 hours of sleep outside of weekend. I think that's just being an adult. At that point, that's just being an adult. like, like if you have a steady job, like I remember I had a very steady job, as in it was just like you knew exactly what time it was, but I kind of forced the situation because I was tired of 9 to 5, the amount of traffic that you had to do. So I worked with my managers who were super cool to get an earlier time and managed to allow me to get to work from, I think it was like 6:30 to 2:30, which was like fantastic because you beat traffic both ways. No, it was till 3:30. You beat traffic both ways, and then by the time I left for the day, like no one needed me anymore because like at that point when you're so I wouldn't say I was like the best at the job or anything, but when you have everything down to like a science, I could go in and for the most part complete the work that I needed to get done. Like if new things started popping up, fine, but they didn't usually take the mental toll that it probably would take for a new person to take care of it. And so just it became second nature. So the idea of not having to stay late any longer because I was ahead of my, I was always ahead on my job. It just made things so much easier. And during that time, the amount of sleep I was getting was consistent. Like I would go to bed at around 9 o'clock and then just like full 8 hours, and I was at work by 6:30. Um, yeah, I also don't really. So being tired probably doesn't help things as well, but sometimes you oversleep and you're still tired. Yeah. Um, at that point, you just have to force yourself up and move, right? Like you just do it. Just get up and do something. Elevations. But when you get that deep sleep and wake up at the right time, that's fair. Nick, I really can't sleep more than 9. What? Like, okay. If I do, I just can't function. If I do, I just can't function for 5 hours and my back hurts the entire day. Yeah, I think 9 hours is a bit much. Um, I think honestly, I think 6 hours is enough sleep. 6 to 8 hours is enough sleep. Um, Nicked. Best feeling is waking up before the alarm. Yeah, I'll agree. Um, yeah. Listen, he can take it. Go ahead, blame Roman. He can take it. Uh, you're not keeping me here. I'm just coding at the same time. Fair. Okay. Elevations, second nature. There's a word I haven't heard in a while. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what it was. It became second nature. The when you become good at something to that extent, you know how in the workforce especially, you know how when you're doing a really good job is when people start looking at your job and thinking it's easy. Like at that point, that's when you know you're doing a good job because people just forget that they can't do the same job, right? And when they forget that, it becomes kind of dangerous. And people play it the other way where they try to make their job look harder than it actually is. And then people play it the other way where they make the job look way too easy. Um, and so you have to find that middle ground because if it gets really dangerous if the wrong person or people look at your job and say, "Oh, I could do that. I could do that. I could do that." And then they get that mentality to the wrong person also. Now you end up in this position where it's like you're taking on duties that have nothing to do with your title kind of situation. So that's something to always try to avoid. Because at that point, you're like, well, she or he has the time because they're really good at whatever their job is. And you're like, yeah, listen, shove the duties my way, but the money better be there too. But it hardly ever happens. It's just more duties, less money. Yeah. If it just it's just a matter of minding your own business for the most part, and a lot of people don't do that. And companies actually encourage people not to mind their own business sometimes, and that creates drama and problems within the departments. It's just crazy. I've seen it. I've lived it. It's not fun. Well, yeah. They either give you nothing or they give you a plaque and say, "Hey, take this piece of paper. It says that you're appreciated." And what happens in about maybe you'll feel good for like a month or 2 months or something, but in a few years that piece of paper is just about as good as wiping your ass with toilet paper. It's just at the end of the day, your time is the most important thing. Okay. So we're gonna have ranges here. And let's actually do that. So like I mentioned before, my thing is I just code these things out to get like a general feel for the direction that the code is leading me. Like I know what I need to have done, but then I like feel it out. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's like I'm just feeling it out to see like what feels like it's going to require the least amount of code to get this done. Right? Like what is going to have the least amount of code, what's going to have the lowest impact. That's what's cranking in my head as I'm doing this stuff. Right? Because now what this will allow me to do is make this public. Right? And that's going to have other benefits later. Like I could make a static call over here, turn this into a manager class. All kinds of stuff become available because I changed the approach. I am super tempted right now to make a helper for a shuffle call. Okay. I think we have to use Unity Engine. Random. Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing something really weird here. That's not what I meant to do. We meant to do this. What the heck is going on here? Oh, it's just a... Okay, gotcha. Oh, we can get away with just this. Um... I'm so close to just making a help. This is the third time I've had to do something like this, and it would just be better to make a helper. So I'm dead set on... I'm almost dead. I'm almost sold on making a helper out of this. I'm getting really close to me. I don't like that. Let's see. Yeah, when then you give them the job for the day and see how they crumble. Yep. Well, I mean, it usually takes longer than a day. Believe me. They'll think they can do it until the first report is due or the second report starts coming in or people start asking questions. That's when they start to say, what's his name? They're being underpaid and stuff like that, and this is hard, and it's just annoying. It is what it is, though. it's just so annoying because it's a clear pattern that you can predict is going to happen, and everyone could have seen it, but they chose not to for some reason. Um, makes sense, and you get peanuts, right? I didn't get the reference. I'm usually just making it work and not make my yeah, okay. You you ever just think about how ad providers and basically just Google know more about you? Oh yeah, AdSense. It's like they do. They know all your corn site history too, Nick. I imagine the info sites know about me by just giving it all the Google overlords. But I think you guys are getting too dark, so hold on one second. You're starting to get paranoid. There, have some stars. If you can get them. Ha ha ha. Holy cow, that guy just flew. There you go. Too dark hating in Google. Jump. Hey, the brightest light casts the darkest shadows. Probably. I mean, when your company's logo is or slogan is what is it? Do no evil, then you know you got to ask yourself exactly how much evil are you trying not to do right now. It might be a lot. If you have to make that just like that should have just been matter of fact, right? You tell me what you should be doing, not what you're trying not to do. Like if you tell me that you should be, I don't know, making a search engine that is customer friendly, that tells me more about your company being in line with conventional morals, right? Than the other way. It is what it is, though. All right, so now we're just gonna spawn stuff. So we need to get actually a little bit of information. So we're gonna go here. need to look at something real quick. How did I do this? Okay, good enough. So we can get away with going zeroed out, right? Okay, very good. True. I'm making a search engine right now. I promise it won't collect. Okay, sure. And sell it to third parties. You promise, Elevations? Do you really promise? Nick? With the catch of having a pedal. Okay. Okay, you know, now you sold me. Well, once you don't even have to finish the word. Once you say bat, you got my. Just take my money. Uh, um. So now we get the. So this is my built-in pooler system. I can't tell you how much I enjoy this pooler. Like, just the simple fact of being able to do this and my pooling system will work is just great to me. Oh, we don't need to do that. We can just do...
Oh, we don't need to do this. Because the objects are handling this internally, so we don't need to do all of this. I forgot I did that way. Do we need to do this? I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't need to do this even. We don't even need this. What we do need is this, though. There we go. So why do I have to be in the good code making state? The flow state? Nick says, it's supposed to be sleepy time, but now I know how to fix all my problems. Corn up. Nick, yeah, okay. Nick, a nerfed version of it, maybe. Nick, you're in the mood for watching Farmers, I see. uh, Nick, bro, I had a bug for a couple of days now where investigation state wouldn't trigger. But the issue was my code saying timer is equal to negative delta time instead of timer minus equal delta time. Yeah, that's weird. The details, man. That's why I'm saying like it's I try to minimize the amount of code that I'm doing. So remember I said like I'm always looking at it to try to figure out ways of minimizing the amount of code I have to put in. Even if that takes me longer, that just means that there's less areas for me to make simple mistakes that I'll cry about. I'm still going to make them, but just less chance of it. Everybody has their fetishes, bro. I'm not judging. Okay, so now on start, this should be the last part, and we're done for today, hopefully. Um, let's take a look at what that is over here. I always forget. Oh, yay! Be looking at here. I don't want to mess with this. Bring this back to the. Okay.
No, let's make it easier on ourselves.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away, run away, run away, run away, run
Okay. What do we have to do here now? We need to get something like this. Or is it? There we go. Whatever. There we go. I just like to see the wall of text and people screaming in confusion. And now the robots can't tell if a giant ball is close to... I don't know what to tell you, brother. I don't know. 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. So we don't need. We could do that. Okay. All right. Let's. So we spent all of that time. So this is, by the way, bad. What's considered bad programming practice or bad game dev practice when you spend most of your time just coding out stuff and then you go in and test it. Usually you want to like code small parts and then test small parts, not just code the whole thing together and then go test it. So I think we're ready to test is the point. We have errors. We have no errors. Awesome. So we need to put in the spawn areas here. Let's set the obstacle spawn. This. Oh, my head. Okay. And we're just going to take these 3 spawn points. We're going to get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. And then we're going to turn these into prefabs. We're gonna lower the spawn rate on this a little bit. Okay. So the very first thing we're gonna be looking for is getting rid of that collider. We don't need it anymore. Good. Okay, we're getting nulls. Not sure what we're getting nulls about, but stuff is spawning. Okay. Let's find out why we're getting null. Oh, we're trying to select a random power up, but we're getting back null from this. So basically we just need to do this. It just kept trying to spawn power-ups, but we have no power-ups to spawn. Oh, there we go. I was like, where is this? Because like nothing was spawning over here. Okay, now what happens if I increase the speed of this thing? We're gonna start going at... where's it? The road controller? Let's go... Right now we're going 50 miles an hour. Or 50 kilometers an hour. Is that stuff moving? Yeah, it is moving. In weird direction. Alright, we need to figure out what's going on with that. Doesn't make sense. See what's saying. Okay. Maybe I'll drop. Hold on. So still so angry. I just like to see the wall of text. Yeah. So I'll be going now. Tell Roman that I said it's your fault without any context. Definitely. I think he deserves at least that much. Maybe I'll drop into the stream again. Did the game run? Elevations? Yes, it did. It just did. Nicked. My game just casually has 7 null reference errors and I don't feel like fixing. Yeah, nulls are the best ones. They're the easiest to fix, so I don't really mind them. There's other ones that are more insidious. I'm gone now. Alright, have a great one. If you do drop by Roman, then, I mean, you know, you can tell him yourself that it's his fault. But I think he already knows. Elevations. Yeah, it's actually working, which is awesome. It's like, that's the good thing. It never, I've kept the code so straightforward that it shouldn't really give me any big issues, but sometimes it does. How does a level just repeat constantly? Oh, you're just spawning the world and moving it into the car. Correct. So let's actually take a look. Over here. I'll just show it to you. Actually, I'm curious about what's happening here. You're yes and no. So this road is, I think, 3 different prefabs. These are a total of 6 different prefabs. And then, of course, you have the cars and then the obstacles that are spawning and stuff like that. But I need to check something real quick. Should be over here in the persistent. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not doing it right. Okay, I know what to do. That's all we needed to do to get it to be fixed. Okay, now it should work perfectly fine. Yep, there they go. They just vanished. It feels like it's moving. Like, I'm looking at it. One sec. It shouldn't. By just looking at the numbers, it shouldn't be doing what I think it's doing, but it isn't. Like, it's so hard to tell. No, I'm 100% certain they're moving horizontally.
Like, I'm trying to like get a good picture. So like this one should be in the middle, and it kind of still is. But then this one looks like it's going closer and closer to the right, and I don't know. Yeah, it is. It is. Like this one started off on the left, on the right of this line, and then it drifts over to the right. It's left. Yeah. So there's something going on. Like if you look at this, looks yeah, see it's like as it gets closer to 0, it's drifting. They're drifting. Oh, there's something wrong with the road also. But I think I know what that is. That's I forgot to turn this off. Yes.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others
All right, let's increase the spawning a bit, or increase it rather.
all you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I deserve to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize.
Like the easiest way is to just create like a line. I'm gonna keep the car right here, and if things start moving into it, because I'm not sure if it's like the camera, because sometimes perspective will throw you off like that. But it looks like these barriers are moving horizontally. They should only be moving in forward in this direction.
Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame.
I think they're going straight. I think it's just the camera playing tricks with my eyes.
Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why.
I think that's what it is. The camera is just playing tricks with my eyes. No, it is moving. You see, these white ones are moving over to the right. I'm 100% sure now. They shouldn't have any changes happening to their rotation. Right? This is the script right here. And we've made sure, remember I said at the very beginning I didn't want to mess with their rotation at all. So there should be 0 changes on rotation with them. You know what, let's run it and find out what's happening, what values are changing. The white ones are the big problem that I could see. Or rather, anything that's on the left, the far left or the far right, drifts the hardest. So something is going on there. Okay. Where the heck? Yeah, it's all zeroed out. So the rotation isn't changing for the. Yeah, see, X is changing. The X is changing. Why is X changing? So when we start this, we set the destination here. And the destination is always going to be the transform position. Still doing it. I don't get it. Okay, let's make our lives easier. So now we're only changing the Z. Nothing else is changing. Right? I'm guessing there's some type of something is changing in something is changing in the move towards by just like a very, very small amount, and it's stacking. Oh, whoops, wrong direction. Where are you?
Yeah, the move towards must be having some kind of effect on X, despite the fact that the X for the destination and the X for the position is still the same. It's there's something happening there within its. I don't know what the internal looks like for it, but there's something clearly happening inside of there. Um, have a star. Have a couple stars. Um, and a couple bombs. All right, here we go. So let's try it now. This should work perfectly fine. Yep, perfect. But all of them are coming down the center now. I don't know why. Yeah, sure. I don't know why all of them are just coming. Let me see something. Spawn area. Okay, I guess we need to put this here. I don't know why it did that. I don't know why it reset like that, but sure. Okay, there we go. Okay. I mean, it's not going to crash. I'm not doing anything to create a crash right now. Let's see what you're saying. Yeah, that should fix it. It's not uncommon to get inconsistent floating point. Yeah, basically. I think that's what it was. It's looking a lot better. Did you save the changes? Probably. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't, it's, thank you, but, it's, it's, it's got a little ways to go. But yeah, we basically, we accomplished what we needed to accomplish today, which is I needed to spawn, make the spawner, make the obstacles. So the only thing that we have to do is allow the obstacles to hit the car, which they kind of already do. We just haven't hooked any feedback in, but they do already hit the car. Actually, you know what? Let's test out our system and find out if it's working. So let's go to a completely unrelated script on the player, let's say. And we're gonna make a little class over here. We're gonna call it private handle collided. And we're gonna do okay. And then we're gonna do oh wait. We have the interaction manager handling this, right? Where is it? World interact collision manager. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Right? And so now we have these two. So if this is a power-up, we'll do debug log power-up. Otherwise, debug log collided hurt. Okay, let's see if we're working. Are you gonna ragdoll the car? That should be a great next goal. You mean, well, so far what we have, what I'm gonna do is when the car collides, it's going to spin. Hit and spin. Maybe like, I was thinking about making the because there's a character inside of the car that does have a ragdoll if set up on it. I think I set up the ragdoll on it. Right? So I was thinking about activating the ragdoll on the character when you crash and they go flying out of the windshield or something like that. We're not seeing the hit happen. I think I know what's happening, though. Yep, we forgot to change this layer to the damage layer. Alright, let's check it, see if we get the hit.
These are all on the right. Ugh, got my head. Okay. Could be that. Here we go. Or an off trigger. I think you can't have two triggers interacting. I think one of them has to be. I always forget with these things. Alright, looks like we got to get granular. Where is it? World interactable. So we need to get. Oh, we forgot to set this part up. That's what it is. Okay. Okay. Hitbox. See, we have nothing here. It's not doing anything. Let's get a little granular, figure out what's not happening. I'm pretty sure I could leave that as a trigger. Pretty sure two triggers can interact. We're gonna find out. Okay. Yeah, two triggers can interact. Awesome.
I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in.
Wait, we never call this though. So in the player, we need to register the hitbox. So we can do that in start. Or hurt area. Oh. Actually, we don't need to do all of that. So what are we trying to do here? We need to focus in. I think we don't need this anymore. But what we can have is a start. And we can just do layer is equal to game object dot layer.
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up to the max, get me faded till I'm gone. I do what I want, couldn't stop me, we wanted to. I just work hard, harder than the rest. Some people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I own, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over. Cause every day I'm getting closer.
Okay.
Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.
Okay, that's what it is. Oh no, we do it here. All right, so that's not the problem. That's not the problem. Okay. That wasn't the problem. All right, so with the hitboxes, it's gonna just do this then. So this should work. Let's so what we actually want this to do is
I don't deal with people that are like a cancer. No one said I hang with the people that enhance ya. And I'm not the type to give out second chances. I just wanna work on my own for myself. I don't need no
let's think about this logic. If a layer is equal to layer, we go through. The collider contains the key other. Then we check for the other. Then we return otherwise. Yeah, I think we're good enough with that. If we have it, then we check the time. If the time isn't a second, then we invoke the hit. Okay, so this is the part where now we say collision manager. There we go. Dot handle collision, and we will do other dot get instance ID. There we go. So now this should handle the collision. We should see the result that we're looking for right now.
But it's too late now. I remember you and
What is this now? So you should probably save. Are you gonna ragdoll? Maybe give it a health bar and some smoke fire particles. So tomorrow, nothing happened. Ugh, one sec. Did I not save? I don't think it saved. That's what it was. No, we saved. What the heck? Oh, did I forget to add? No, it should be there. Okay, you know what? We'll just put them in for. We'll put it in for all of them. I keep forgetting that we have to do this in Unity. In Godot, you don't do it this way, and it catches me. For the last like 3 projects, small projects that I've done in Unity since I've switched back over, I always forget this. It's a little annoying. Fly all. Oh, we already had them here. We could have just done it that way. Okay, so now we should see B pop up. Hopefully. Nope. Yeah, it's picking up the damage layer. I'm so confused. Oh, oops. No, we're doing it right. think that's what I was missing. Hey, come on, buddy, let's do this. So what's the plan for Moondash? This is just day 3 of this. It's not, there's no 3. This is day 3. So tomorrow there's going to be a day 4. And day 3 is the plan is right here. Hurry up. So yeah, this is day 3. Ooh, there we go. So we already took care of this. We designed the up to 2 to 3 obstacles. So this is already done. And we did implement the spawner. This and for this. So really the only thing is that we need to define some power-ups. But we need to get this collision. I want to get this collision working. Even though collision isn't a part of this yet, it would be nice to get it working. But we should get this working. But tomorrow is going to be UI and feedback stuff, and then after that is supposed to be handling things like the hits and impact and difficulty curve and stuff like that. But today should have just been. Right now I'm going a little bit over what today is and into day 5 a little bit, but it is what it is. I just want to get it done. So let's check to see if the collisions are even working. Okay. So we are colliding. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so I am getting collisions. We can get rid of this. Okay, I understand. I think that's it, right?
get your ass dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit. You'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence. I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5. I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life. It's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
Okay, now let's try it. I hate using Bitwise. Some people like it. I just look at it like it's an alien language. Every time I use it, it's just like, bruh, why? Alright, let's try it now. We just need to get to B. Hey! There we go. Okay, so now we just need to do this, and we'll get it to work.
I've been in and out the studio like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose.
Let's do it unawake.
All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit, living in the real life.
Okay, so that's it. Now we should have our functional collision system.
Taking back my fucking life, I just wanna feel alive. Let's go. Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God, I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up.
So now let's see if our manager system is working proper.
Get back from these haters, playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depths when it happens. Factions take actions, drafting their captains. It's happening, I'm raising my status. Facing the madness, I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions, I'm snapping, no captions.
Didn't save, I guess.
Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. I got so many bars, call it kamikaze. Ain't nobody ever gonna
Okay, so we're making it here.
know that I could be a little cocky. That's the byproduct of hard work. No, it's not.
So we're not making it past this. Instance is equal to null, and then we're returning.
All these hits and I know that they watching. They keep showing up in my place, always knocking. Knock, knock, bitch, I was standing right here. Been over 3 years and then you just got here. Man, get me a beer and open up
I'm so confused.
what you've been missing for years. Call it premiere.
How come this is reporting null? Did I forget to save this? Oh, yeah. Okay. No, we did. We saved it. 1 sec. Oh, I think I know what I was doing. I think it'll work now. Okay, now it should work. I don't think I'm trying to cut any corners anywhere. It should work now. Yep, there we go. Okay. So now we know that got to be. Issue is that we're not getting anything registered in. Okay, so they are registering. And they are unregistering. Maybe I'm overdoing something on this side. Yeah, okay. I targeted the wrong thing. I think. Okay, now, but what the heck, bruv?
What the heck? Where does this number? Right? Okay. Oh. So we don't need that. What we need is... There we go. Nice. There we go. Okay, we're good. So we got the collisions to hurt using our new system. Clean up the debug log real quick. Okay. I'm gonna do... We have one more thing to do, which is to define power-ups. So let's just get something that'll look like a power-up, I guess. Okay. So for this, I think the only power-ups that we're going to really need immediately are probably this to speed up, this to be able to like take one hit without being hurt, and this to heal.
I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and packs. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused,
Right.
all the shots and they produce.
And then like this can make it so that way your drifting left and right is like super slippery. So it's maybe, I don't know. All right. Okay. I don't know. So we can use this. First one. Second one. And the third one. Okay. We could use scriptable objects, but I'm not going to go that direction. I'm just going to define, I'm going to make 3 classes, one for each one of these. We already have a power-up class, so we'll just be inheriting power-up. So in power-up class, let's just where is it? This is going to be now an abstract class. We're going to say with a couple things. Oops. Forgot this is. What's going on with World Interactable? Quick.
So we don't need this, actually. I mean, well, we do need it. We need the name, but we don't need to fill it out. We're going to leave that to here. So we'll make this. I went outside to feed the birds. I love this bread. And you sound like you got it good. Or at least the birds do. Who knows? Huh. Where I'm at, it's too freaking cold to feed anybody. You go outside, your boots can actually get frozen to the ground. I think it's like 20 degrees today. When I was a kid, there were way more birds, though. Now I barely see any anyway. I was watching a video. This guy was talking about how things were back in the Middle Ages, like how people would survive the extreme cold in Europe. It was interesting, right? Because he was saying basically that their trick was layers. They just layered upon layer, and they did thin layers over and over and over again. This is going to be an object that we're going to make, and it's going to be a system object. Put it here. Effect control. And we're going to open up actor here, and we're just going to grab the actor effect. That's the equipment effect. We just need the so yeah, their trick was that they just wore layers on layers. So it was a saying back then, I guess, that you would the person would actually look like a walking tank, and you would wake up in the morning as a peasant. You would wake up in the morning with even frost in your eyebrows and stuff like that. Okay, so let's where the heck is this? Where it is? That controller?
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're driven. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
I don't think we need this anyway.
we? Yeah, I think we do. That dog.
You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Okay, I think we're pretty much good to go. Then we can just do this. We want to simplify this though. Are we going to implement a broker pattern in this? I don't think so. Should we implement a broker pattern in this? I don't think so. I think this is such a simple game, we don't need this. I can't think of a reason why we would need a broker pattern for this. Yeah, I'm pretty much sold that we don't need a broker pattern. So reduce stack. Okay, good. And we have address. I guess if we want to use the broker, we have this here. Don't think we need to use. And seagulls. You know, seagulls will eat birds, right? Like, I've seen it happen. They don't care. I've seen a seagull go at another bird and I was horrified. I think I saw seagulls are crazy though. Near where I live, there's a place that's just it was overrun with them years ago. Like huge amounts of them. Enormous quantities of seagulls. It was to the point where you just couldn't even travel out there for just leisure because you're going to get attacked. They were brutal. If you had any kind of food, that was fair game. Doesn't matter where it is. Could be in your hand, could be in your bag, whatever. They were the pirates. It was the pirates' life for them, man. Ah, that's what it was. Okay, so we're going to be changing this a little bit. Right, and in this case, you're going to be passing through, because we already know exactly what the effect is that we're going to be passing through. It's going to be the power-up. Yeah. Alright, so what were the three effects that we had again? It was heal, shield, and speed boost. Now, the other way that I did this in the RPG project, because I just had more time to do this, was I made an addressable system. And that system basically did this. Right, but I didn't have to write it in by hand. I would just create new scriptable objects, and it would create this for me. Okay, I think this is good enough. We don't need the duplicate anymore because of the new approach we're going to apply to this. So let's try setting up that new approach real quick, just to see like what happens. First one we're going to, since we only have like a limited amount of them anyway, you know what? Let's do it the right way. Let's do it the right way. We're gonna create a heal power. Create a speed power, and we're gonna create a what's the last one? Shield power. Okay, there we go. This thing's crying about an integer being off somewhere. What is it looking for? So I don't have a broker in this. So we can get rid of this right now. Anything related to the broker, we're just going to get rid of. If I see that we need a broker, then fine. Right now, we're good. Alright, effect controller. Oh, we need to enable it. Okay, gotcha. Okay, there. So now, when we do power up, so all of these three new abilities need to inherit power up. So heal power, speed power, and heal power, speed power, and what was the last one? Shield power. Where is it? There it is, right next to it. Okay. All three of these are inheriting from power up. Okay. So now, with all three of those inheriting from power up, now can do. I think, if I remember correctly, we just made a handle impact. Shield power. When we do handle impact for shield power, gonna be override. Speed power has its own override. This guy has its own override. Okay, so in this case, we don't need to worry too much about much stuff. We can just take the collidable. And it's basically the same logic for the rest of the stuff, actually. So it's just... Okay. So we're gonna start hits a take the base, and then when we do try,
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and
ugh, sorry, that was random.
and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, oh, oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers.
the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one time for the first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat. Grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah. In the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. Fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea.
Hmm?
Moving away
Wrong
to the
area.
sea. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
Yeah, I don't think we need to put it. Okay.
Can you hear, can you hear, can you hear my voice? Coming through, coming through, coming through the noise. I'm floating through outer space. I'm lost and I can't find a way. Oh, all the lights going dark and my hopes destroyed. Help me, is anybody there? Save me, I'm running out of air. Calling out Mayday.
There we go.
Calling out Mayday.
That's cool. I think I prefer pigeons, I'll be honest. They have a subtle coo that I always liked. Or liked, and also it never annoyed me. Gulls are just they're about a foot too big for me. Well, if it's a small gull, I don't mind, I think. If
think a small gull is pretty cool, but the big ones are scary as heck, man. I remember seeing some of them were about they look like they could gobble up small children. I wouldn't be surprised if like they were descendants of some kind of dinosaur. Yeah, the philosophy of not getting your child eaten by a seagull. I don't know. I think that's a survival thing, right? The um the so now we just reduce the stack a bit. So if the duration is less than or equal to 0, going to be equal to the max duration. Oh, what am I doing? This needs to be over here. I think I'm getting tired. Because I just did like complete opposite. You can do this, right? I'm pretty sure you can do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So we just built a effect system. Didn't intend to do that, but we did it. Somehow, Palpatine returned. So that's a shield effect. And we have the other condition of hits to take, minus minus. Okay, there we go. That looks good. You like how that wrapped around, huh? We ended up coming right back to the key. So now, when this effect goes through on the thing that's going to be checking for after we've collided, it's going to go off after this effect goes off, right? So whatever the chain is, the sequence of operations, we now have the before the collision event, where this will figure out, hey, do I actually have a shield? And then if we do, we'll add to the data the shield and set it to true, right? And then we'll be able to check somewhere else if this event has a shield attached to it, and then we can just say, what's his name? The damage is nothing, right? Basically. But this is done. Speed, I guess. So speed is a little bit different, right?
We are the apocalypse and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't
Actually,
find us falling. Too great to be landed. Too great to be Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me
man, I had some rough birds. Yeah, you know, some of them they soothe you, some of them they scar you. I've seen a few things, man. Wait, why are you calling it stack? So, it's basically if you've ever played one of those games where like poison stacks, right? So like you hit the thing and then you have like one stack of poison, two stacks of poison, three stacks. That's basically what this is. So it's just increasing the duration, but we could always do other things with it, right? It comes down to the logic we're going to apply for that specific effect. So I'm just leaving that angle open for myself. That makes sense.
You know, are you familiar with making effects, this kind of effect system, or just effect systems in general?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it end. Tonight we gonna let it.
No, no, no. This isn't. This is like a status effect kind of system. This is just like a status effect. So, like, you know, heal over time or stuff like that, or speed boost over time, damage over time, things like that. Yep. It's just, I think it's more about design principle when it comes to approaching them. Yeah. So in this case, we just have, I'm only going to make 3 effects right now. This one is simple. It's not even really an effect. It's once you pick the object up, it'll try to heal. The shield effect is an actual effect. It'll register itself to the effect controller on the player. And just like this one will add a shield. It will create a connection for the event to listen for an event of collision. And stop if it hits, it takes, goes down to 0. Yep, yep, yep. You got it. You got it. Okay. So the last one that we have to do is the speed up, and I think once that's done, we just need to test it, and we're done for the day. So okay. Okay, so we can do
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss room. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
so I don't think this needs to do anything. Holy cow, dude! I get it. You get it. You got it, man. Like, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yes, sort of. Most of that. Almost all of that. It sounds like you're extremely impressed by that system. Yes. It's like I looked over and realized that you were going all out. I don't get it. Why is this crying? Virtual or abstract cannot be private. Oh, whoops. Public. Here we go. One second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I need to wrap this up because I need to start taking care of certain things. So I need to finish this really quickly. Player initial speed. So we need to get access to the we need to get access to and okay, I know what we need to do. We need to get access to the private road controller. And I think we can do that. So property key. Okay, and so now we can do initial speed is going to be equal to. See, this is where a broker pattern would have been good, but I don't want to put a broker on the road manager simply because of this. But it's fine. Initial speed is going to be equal to the road controller dot speed. I guess it's private. Fine, we just do game manager, get data. What did you say now? Okay, so I enjoy RPGs. Sometimes the basics are what really matters, you know? It kind of pisses me off when they try to dumb it down and take all the stuff out of it. Like, we're too stupid to know what they are. They did that with Diablo 3, automatic stat point allocation. Totally took away the fun, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, there's certain games that I enjoy some of the granular aspects. Like, okay, fine, if you're gonna take away some of the like interactivity I get with my stat points, because everybody loves to see those numbers go up, then at least give me something else, right? So in certain other games, they give you like quests, like they would create like thresholds between stats, and you have to complete quests to get to the next ability to unlock to get to that next stat, right? So you can't like gain more experience or whatever it is to gain stats, and so that adds a little bit more depth into like when you finally gain that stat point, right? Like that connection is there. So let's go to the road manager really quickly. Or road controller, not road manager. Okay, so the current speed can be equal to the Okay, now I got to remember how to do this. I think it's curve.evaluate, and we're going to put in the duration plus the, or times the stack. Right, and then we multiply that by the speed boost. And hmm. Right, so that's speed through the evaluation. And so now the current speed. Well, hold on 1 second. We need to think about this. No, this isn't right. Yeah, this isn't right. What are we thinking? We need to start from 0 and work our way to a normalized 1. And so... Okay, gotcha. There we go.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Okay, and... let's make a note here. Particle effects. Probably a shader effect. On the car. Or maybe an overlay on it for a shader effect. That's going to be fired off on start. At the player's position. Okay.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm healing, I'm feeling. Exaggerated, that's what you must see. Story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in protect your soul.
More than lovers, destined to find one another.
All right, I'm gonna call it there. We don't need to get it. So this is what I was. This is what I was talking about. Like, I don't need to get it completely working. I just need to get it functional. So this is functional. It's spawning. And that's the end for that. I have to take care of some other things. I would try to get it to be perfect, but right now I need to take care of some IRL stuff. So that's good enough. Thank you for joining Elevations. That was fun. Fun conversation, man. Yeah, you're definitely, if you play, I don't know if you play, have you ever played Phantasy Star Online or in one of those types of games? Because if you do, like, that's legitimately, besides like Yu-Gi-Oh, I think that's probably the only game that I've played in the last, MMO wise, in the last maybe year. Like, it's been a very long time since I tried other stuff, but I find that it's pretty much like I can just pop onto that game, play it for like a week at like, I don't know, like an hour or so, and each day, and then be okay with it, right? So if you're interested in that game, give it a shot, let me know. You can hit me up on the Discord. We can meet up and play on that. It's a pretty good game if you've never played it before, though. Alright, man. Take it easy.